Dr. Randy Tobler.
I think that it's gotten to the point where everyone has so much dirty laundry, where everyone just sort of covers, and they don't want to really expose. They don't want to dig too deep. I won't get too close to your armpits and smell them if you don't get too close to mine, to put it in a very crude way, but I think that makes the point.
Tim Jones and Chris Arps, weekdays at 4
on News Talk STL.
KLGY HD3 Clayton, K270BW Bellefontaine, KNBS Bowling Green.
This is News Talk STL at 1019, 94.1,
and NewsTalkSTL.com.
News Talk STL.
News, analysis, opinion.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Parts of Oklahoma and Kansas slammed by powerful storms. Tornadoes cut a path of destruction north of Tulsa last night. A large hail battered parts of Kansas. And the Storm Prediction Center's Roger Edwards says the threat is not over yet.
Kansas and western Missouri are in the clear, but eastern Oklahoma, southern Oklahoma, and I'd say central and eastern Missouri still have a threat for severe wind, tornadoes, and hail.
In Barnesville, Oklahoma, a twister wrecked homes and businesses, blamed for at least one death. It's feared the death toll could rise as crews search for those possibly trapped in the debris. An Israeli tank brigade has seized control of the Gaza Strip side of the Rafah border crossing with Egypt. Israel pressing ahead with plans for a Rafah offensive after rejecting a ceasefire proposal the BBC's Jeremy Bowen says fell short of Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's demands.
I think Israel's assumption was that Yahya Sinwar, the head of Hamas in Gaza, was not interested in doing any kind of a deal, that he wanted to continue with this, and that in a sense made life a lot simpler for Netanyahu, who's been under a lot of pressure from his own right wing to do this operation in Gaza. And don't forget, these are the right-wingers who sustain his government. Without them, the government falls. So the phrase I keep hearing is that now the ball is very much in Netanyahu's court, that the bluff has been called. I think you can probably take it one stage further and say that the ball is actually also in Joe Biden's court.
A technical glitch. It was a problem with a valve forced Boeing to scrub its first astronaut launch 2 hours before planned liftoff last night from Cape Canaveral. Now the Starliner capsule will not be sent aloft before Friday at the earliest. Watching Wall Street this morning, Dow futures 62 points higher. The NASDAQ futures are down 26 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Relief factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $9.90. That's less than find out for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
Hi, Rhett Rasmussen of besthotgrill.com. Step up your grilling game with our Solaire portable infrared grills. Our compact everywhere is a favorite of RVers and trailer pullers. Solaire infrared provides the quick sear for bar marks and texture needed to properly finish sous vide. Use a portable alongside your larger conventional grill to create an instant sear zone and more juicy and flavorful food. Learn more at besthotgrill.com. Affordable, powerful, portable infrared grills at besthotgrill.com.
Vladimir Putin sworn in for a fifth time as Russia's president. His March electoral victory decried by the West as unfair and undemocratic.
Mr. Putin has been in power in Russia as president or head of the government for nearly a quarter of a century. In that time, Britain has had 7 prime ministers. His decision 2 years ago to launch a full-scale invasion of Ukraine and Russia's war there are likely to define Vladimir Putin's time in office. As he embarks on his 5th term in the Kremlin, tension between Russia and the West remains high, while at home, the crackdown on dissent is to be intensifying.
BBC Steve Rosenberg in Moscow. British officials say the names and banking details of thousands of serving British soldiers, sailors, and Air Force members have been exposed in a data breach at a payroll system. Sky News reports Chinese hackers were behind the attack. News and analysis, townhall.com. It's a first. Researchers identifying a genetic form of late-in-life Alzheimer's disease.
Most cases of the mind-robbing disease occur after age 65. A gene called APOE4 has long been considered a key risk factor. But new research says if people inherit 2 copies of that gene, it's not just a risk, it appears to be an underlying cause. About 15% of Alzheimer's patients are thought to carry the gene pair. Scientists say the distinction could have implications for both research and treatment. The findings were published Monday in Nature Medicine. Keith Peters reporting.
A Minnesota Senate ethics panel expected to start considering what to do with a lawmaker, Democrat Nicole Mitchell, charged with burglary for allegedly breaking into her estranged stepmother's house. According to a felony complaint, Mitchell told police she broke in last month because her stepmother refused to give her items of sentimental value from her late father. More on these stories at townhall.com.
From the Michaels Flooring Outlet Weather Center.
I'm First Alert 4 Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton. We have a First Alert weather day overnight tonight. A line of storms will march our way and could produce some damaging wind, even isolated brief tornadoes. We'll be on guard overnight, especially 4 to 6 a.m. in St. Louis. Storms will be east by about 8 a.m., 65 for the low, 84 warm and breezy in the afternoon. Then Wednesday, a high of 82, but another First Alert weather day. We'll have to be on guard around midday through the afternoon to early evening. A chance for strong to severe storms, hail, wind, and even tornadoes a possibility on Wednesday. That's the latest from the First Alert 4 Weather Center. I'm Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton.
This hour of News Talk STL is brought to you by Rodney and Jen Wallner and the entire Wallner home selling team at Berkshire Hathaway. Call them today at 314-810-SOLD. 314-810-SOLD.
Hey News Talk STL family, this is Marissa Jones with Jones Air and Water. I am so excited to announce our newest addition to our services, nutrition and wellness coaching. If you're looking to lose weight, increase energy, get rid of those headaches, balance your hormones, or simply find a healthy balance in your lifestyle, give me a call today. Mention News Talk STL and receive 10% off any nutritional service. Call us at 636-899-1040. That's 636-899-1040.
Hey, it's Tony Colombo from my friends at A Plus Plumbing and Drain, and they truly are our friends because they have done it all at our house over the years, from putting in a new faucet to installing a whole new bathroom from scratch. The team at A Plus has always done great work for a great price. A Plus Plumbing and Drain is a local, family-owned business that can take care of all your plumbing needs and specializes in new construction and home renovation. Call A Plus for your next project at 636-288-7126 or through Facebook at A Plus Plumbing and Drain.
St. Louis's new choice for conservative talk.
I don't know where I would get the truth if it weren't for you.
Live and local.
Welcome to the People's Republic of America stand. Here comes another roller coaster, another circus.
This is News Talk STL.
Down.
Tuesday, May 7th, 2024. I'm Jessica Rosenthal. It might be a contentious political issue right now for the president, but will the conflict in the Middle East be in 3 or 6 months from now as the presidential race ramps up?
They just need to get in a position where they are improving their poll numbers more, because if the election was held today, they would likely lose.
I'm Dana Perino. Your 20s can be a tough decade, especially in uncertain times, but there is hope for young adults trying to start their lives.
In general, we know that life gets better as you go. If your 20s turn out to be the best years of your life, something has gone wrong. Life should get better.
And I'm former U.S. Senator Scott Brown. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
Last week, after days of not addressing it, President Biden did address the campus protests. He said they were putting two things to the test, the right to free speech and the rule of law. Peaceful protests are how Americans respond, he said, to controversial issues. But he said violent protests are not protected.
Vandalism, trespassing, breaking windows, shutting down campuses, forcing the cancellation of classes and graduations. None of this is a peaceful protest. Threatening people, intimidating people, instilling fear in people is not peaceful protest. It's against the law.
He said dissent shouldn't lead to other students' inability to finish their education, their classes, to get a degree and just even walk across campus. The reaction was swift. Republicans like Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton called the campus protest Little Gazas.
President Biden needs to denounce Hamas's campus sympathizers without equivocating about Israelis fighting a righteous war of survival.
Independent Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders said on CNN's Christiane Amanpour's show last Thursday,
I am thinking back, and other people are making this reference, that this may be
Biden's Vietnam.
The president's campaign co-chair and former New Orleans Mayor Mitch Landrieu said that is a big exaggeration. More recent polling, though, has shown U.S. support for Israel dropping. A poll in late March found a majority disapproved of Israel's actions in Gaza. As President Biden criticizes certain military actions in Gaza, administration officials continue to say Israel has the right to defend itself. At the end of his remarks last week, he was asked,
Mr. President, have the protests forced you to reconsider any of the policies with regard to the region?
No.
But even if political calculations aren't being made right now, they could be at a later date.
Well, most people don't vote based on foreign policy.
Daniel Littman is the White House and Washington, D.C. reporter for Politico.
And so if you look at young people, Gaza is number 15 on their issue priority list. And so sometimes what happens in Ivy League colleges and elite institutions, that can make it seem like every young person is mad about this issue when if the polls do not indicate that. But a vocal minority are very concerned. And so I still think at the end of the day, it's how people feel about the economy and whether they think that Donald Trump and his presidency, they want to return to that, or do they think he could be a felon in a few weeks from New York? Are they worried about chaos resulting if he comes back into power? And also Biden's age question. He has never fully addressed that, and it's hard to address it. And so
I think you address it just by living, right? It is what it is.
He reassured a lot of people with the State of the Union, but that was weeks ago. And I think a lot of Americans who are undecided in those few swing states, they're waiting for the debates to make up their mind and whether Biden seems presidential and and how out there Trump seems.
Congressman Ro Khanna has said that the president should maybe visit some of these campus protests. Given what you just said, that this might be sort of, just more of a vocal minority, and given what we know about what the president travels to, what's on his priority list, is that likely, or is it more likely that we're going to kind of leave it at last week's statement, where violence isn't acceptable? I mean, unless things ramp back up or change in a big way.
I think President Biden is very happy that the summer is approaching because now he doesn't have to worry as much about college students on campuses protesting him. And if this ceasefire can take hold, then he can point to this and say, hey, this was my CIA director making these tough negotiations happen, protecting lives, keeping Israel secure, and helping the Palestinians. And so that is going to be his strategy. And he can also tell young people, if you care about Palestinians, then Donald Trump would be worse for them. And so why would you reward Donald Trump and to be a stronger ally of Israel and not someone who really supports the Palestinian cause very much?
All right. Now, finally, Daniel, Politico reported that a lot of these anti-Israel college protesters are funded by the Tides Foundation, which gets money from Soros, and that Tides has given money to Jewish Voice for Peace, and If Not Now, and those are two anti-Israel groups, but also that money's coming from David Rockefeller Jr. and Susan and Nick Pritzker. These are people who back President Biden, right? So are we going to see some sort of pressure there financially, or any sort of divide from that? Or is this, this is not surprising?
It was a really good story, but I don't think it's terribly shocking that liberal causes sometimes support progressive pro-Palestinian groups. And I think the biggest issue right now I see is the divide in terms of the Biden campaign is doing much better financially compared to Trump and raising more money. And that's going to have an impact in terms of setting up those field offices in swing states, making sure people are motivated to go to the polls, hiring volunteers who are, making sure that they have enough stuff in terms of literature, and TV ads are so important. And so the Biden campaign feels like they are doing well on that. They just need to get in a position where they are improving their poll numbers more because if the election was held today, they would likely lose.
When it comes to anti-Israel protesters, some of them are playing the long game, with reports of different groups applying for permits to protest at the DNC in Chicago in August.
I think Biden and the Democrats really hope that by August, things are not where they are right now.
Carly Cooperman is a Democratic pollster and CEO of Schoen Cooperman Research.
There is a divide in the Democratic Party that we've seen play out over the course of the Israel-Hamas conflict. And Biden is trying to strike this balance between acknowledging the humanitarian crisis that's taking place and also being a steadfast supporter for Israel as our democratic ally in the Middle East. He has made young voters, young Democrats unhappy with his position. But I think, you know, as the leader of the United States, he has no choice but to take that position. And now it's just manifesting in another version with the protests that are taking place on college campuses, because it's the same idea where, you know, he's got to acknowledge people's right to free speech and to expression and to protest peacefully, but it's not okay for violence and for chaos. And, you know, to what extent do these protests become filled with hate speech and anti-Semitic and the like? I think that by the summer, at least, you know, colleges aren't in session anymore.
They'll be going back at that time in August.
That is true. I think the hope is that things are in a different place then. But there's definitely concern as it relates to Chicago, and I think they're going to take a hard look at what the Democratic Convention looks like if things are as they are now.
Carly, young people don't approve of the president's handling of the conflict by wider margins than other age groups, right? And we saw also out of Michigan's Democratic primary, the uncommitted vote got more than 100,000 votes rather than those votes going to President Biden. We know that was probably a protest vote. It's an obvious swing state, though. So how big, you know, given what we know, how big of a political issue is this for the president right now?
Right now, it's a big political issue. My gut tells me, my belief is that, you know, when you look at poll data as well, in terms of the issues that are most important to voters when they think about actually voting at the end of the day, there are other issues that are going to come into play in terms of how they vote. I think there is really a faction of people, you know, both in Michigan and among young voters who do not want to vote for Biden, whereas they would be expected to based on what's going on. But I also think that as the election really takes place come the fall, and it's a choice between Biden and Trump and all of the other policies and positions that come with it, I think some people come around to vote at the end of the day for Biden, or, you know, how they would. But right now, this is a big issue, and the Biden administration knows it.
When you hear people say, oh, you know, he's reacting, his calculations are political. He's worried about Michigan. You know, that's why he's saying what he's saying about Israel. He needs to convince Michigan voters that he's not on Israel's side. You know, what do you make of that? It is one state, but it's a pretty important swing state. Like, what are the political calculations right now?
I think Biden is very aware of the political calculations, and Michigan is an important state. But I don't think he's saying what he's saying just to appease voters in Michigan. This is a much bigger problem than that. And the entire Democratic Party that he is the leader of is divided on this issue. And it just reflects the big picture conflict as it relates to, you know, acknowledging the humanitarian crisis that's happening, but then also maintaining its support for Israel, calling out the fact that Hamas has been the reason there has been no ceasefire to date, not Israel. You know, Israel has withdrawn virtually all its troops a few weeks ago, and there's so little conversation about that. It's definitely, there's a bias in terms of how this thing is being talked about. And I think Biden both is aware of the political implications, but he also, as the leader of the United States, really wants to reach a resolution and, you know, really sees both sides of this.
Finally, Carly, you know, Politico is pointing out that the groups funding the campus protesters, in part, are Jewish Voice for Peace and If Not Now. Those are two anti-Israel groups getting money from the Tides Foundation, which gets money from George Soros, David Rockefeller Jr., Susan and Nick Pritzker. Those are people who back President Biden. You know, to your earlier point about, the divide, is there a fear that even if it's not now, the Biden campaign could end up feeling some pressure financially over any stance regarding Israel and Gaza?
Look, right now, the Biden administration is in a strong position from a financial point of view. They have a lot of money. To date, the narrative has been that the Biden campaign is stronger than the Trump campaign in terms of cash, but they're weaker in terms of enthusiasm. So, thankfully, I think that's one thing that doesn't have to be the biggest concern right now. But it would be unrealistic for me to say that that's never part of the equation too, as it relates to funding and big donors and the like.
All right, Carly Cooperman, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
This is News Talk STL at 1019, 94.1 and newstalkstl.com.
I'm Martin Hoke, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter, that Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Haley, quote, "Navage is the best thing I bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage and it's amazing." Or this one, "I use Navage every night, could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navage, I was a clogged mess. Now I breathe so much better." Unquote. Those are 2 of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, Navage, clean nose, healthy life.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
The Vic Porcelli Show. We need to get the term natural gas back in the lexicon of Americans. We'll do that with Peggy Ward and Scott Weitzel from Spire, Tuesday at 9:41.
Weekday mornings at 9 on News Talk STL.
Hey, it's Tony Colombo for the cleaning pros at Zero Res. Zero Res knows there's nothing more important than the health of your family, and the health of your home has a direct impact on that, and that's why they have this great offer for the month of May. Book a cleaning now and mention the Colombo special, and you'll get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at just $129. Plus, you can take $50 off your air duct cleaning. Keep your home clean and healthy with the pros at Zero Res. Just mention the Colombo special when you call 314-474-2020 or when you book online at ZeroResSTL.com.
We've been here 30 years, 30 Christmases in this house, and we have the traditions that most families have.
That's Terry talking about her experience with Rhino Shield ceramic coating.
We did Rhino Shield 14 years ago, and the house still looks the same as the first day. Rhino Shield really worked with me to help me get just the right nice soft yellow, and it's 14 years later, and it's the same color.
The main reason Terry called Rhino Shield is because it's backed by its 25-year transferable warranty.
It just sounded wonderful that we could have the house coated with Rhino Shield and not have to worry about it again for 25 years.
Take it from Terry. Give Rhino Shield a call now for a free evaluation. 877-25-RHINO. 877-25-RHINO. Or visit 877-25rhino.com.
There have been neighbors that have come by and said, "Did you just have your house painted?" Because they wanted to know who the contractor was. And I said, "No, it's actually Rhino Shield."
877-25rhino.com.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf.
800-240-4586. 800-240-4586. That's 800-240-4586.
Hey, it's First Alert Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton from Channel 4, and we are proud to be the official weather source for News Talk STL. Just like you've grown to expect from us at Channel 4, you can expect the same accurate, detailed, and timely weather coverage from News Talk STL. The First Alert weather team will keep you ahead of the big weather changes. And the one thing you can count on in St. Louis, the weather is constantly changing. So Channel 4 and News Talk STL are committed to keeping you up to date and safe.
Leads the Cardinals in an NL Central battle against the Brewers. Or rising star Ellie De La Cruz powers the Reds against the Giants. Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, May 7th. This is the Fox News Rundown. Education Secretary Miguel Cardona will face his toughest test yet this morning as he faces questioning from the House Education Committee about anti-Semitism on college campuses. After weeks of protests, Cardona fired off a letter Friday to heads of colleges slamming abhorrent acts of anti-Semitism. President Biden delivers the keynote address today at the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum's annual Days of Remembrance. His speech on anti-Semitism comes amid the worst outbreak of Jewish hate in decades. Several lawmakers accusing the president of waiting too long to address the issue. And voters in Indiana head to the primary polls today ahead of the 2024 election. One of the biggest races voters will decide in Indiana is for governor. 6 candidates are vying for the Republican nomination to replace term-limited Republican Eric Holcomb. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is News Talk STL at 1019, 94.1 and newstalkstl.com. Tim Jones and Chris Arps in the afternoon.
Hey, it's Tuesday. We'll have David Stokes from the Show Me Institute on at 4:20 talking about making pot taxes higher, and Randy Tolber at 5:20.
Tim Jones and Chris Arps, weekdays at 4 on News Talk STL.
Connor Roofing. You can count on Connor. Congratulations to the awesome team at Connor Roofing for earning the 2024 National Best of the Best Award for Customer Satisfaction. Connor Roofing has now won back-to-back honors because they do outstanding work in all types of roofing, storm damage restoration, siding, gutters, both residential and commercial. We chose Connor Roofing without telling the owners, Rob and Kathy Connor. Their customer reviews are some of the best in the country. Please read them. Visit ConnorRoofing.com and request an estimate. Connor Roofing. You can count on Connor.
Caring for a loved one is stressful. It's an emotional time, and we want our loved ones to get the quality of care they deserve. But the cost of long-term care is expensive. In the St. Louis area, it could be $60,000, $70,000, or even over $100,000. Can your savings handle this added expense? Fortunately, News Talk STL listeners have an expert right here. Financial strategist Chris Cooper of Serenity Wealth Management shows families tax-efficient strategies to fund care needs. Whether planning in advance, have health concerns, or living in a care community today, solutions exist to fund the quality of care you deserve.
Hi, I'm Chris Cooper, and I'd love to send you a free copy of my new book. You'll learn about strategies to empower you and your family, protect your savings, and make sure your loved ones get the quality of care they deserve.
Visit SerenityLTC.com. That's SerenityLTC.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Alphi LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Insurance and education services offered through Serenity Wealth Management.
Looking to get a new carpet, hardwood, or tile installed quickly and efficiently in your home? Look no further than Michael's Flooring Outlet. Michael's Flooring Outlet is a family-owned and operated business with a 30-year history of offering a diverse array of high-quality options in flooring. My parents and in-laws used Michael's to rip up their old carpet and replace it, and they are both happy with the product and installation from Michael's. You can shop at one of their 3 locations in Creve Coeur, Darting Prairie, or St. Peters, or you can check them out at igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com.
The O'Reilly Update, brought to you by Seavers JCB. Visit them at their St. Peter's location.
Bill O'Reilly here, and I'm warming up. Stand by for the O'Reilly Update Morning Edition. But first, if you own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles, listen up. CarShield is a low-cost monthly vehicle protection plan now available to you. This protection plan is at an all-time low price. Please call 800-925-7584 for a free quote. Drivers who activate today will also receive free roadside assistance and towing at no additional cost. That is 800-925-7584 right now. On this Tuesday, here's why the vast majority of Americans distrust the national media. On Sunday, Jonathan Karl of ABC News went on a lengthy diatribe about how the USA will be damaged, perhaps forever, if voters put Donald Trump back into the White House. It was the usual. Trump continues to peddle a phony assessment of the 2020 vote, and he encouraged the riot on January 6th. Okay, Karl's entitled to his analysis, as Disney is paying him handsomely for it. But we've all heard Karl's opinion in some form every day for 3.5 years. Doesn't the guy have anything else? Doesn't seem like it. Mr. Karl, a graduate of the ultra-liberal Vassar College, is making big money off Trump. And Karl's loathing guarantees him job security at ABC News. Just curious, but I can't find any John Karl analysis of Mark Zuckerberg pumping hundreds of millions of unexplained dollars into a few crucial voting districts in 2020. Is John Karl aware, disinterested, frightened to engage? I don't know. What I do know is that Donald Trump believes there was election fraud, and he's not going to stop with that, even if it hurts him, which it does. But maybe we should all move ahead to a comparison of governance between Biden and Trump. If you fact find on that, it will become very clear who is the better president. Back after this. You can now watch new episodes of the No Spin News live on Samsung TV Plus. Tune in each weeknight at 8 p.m. on the First TV for breaking news, honest analysis, and the best election coverage in America. Please join me, Bill O'Reilly, at the First TV, now available on Samsung TV Plus. Start watching today on your Samsung television, Galaxy devices, or the Samsung TV Plus mobile app. Check out the No Spin News each weeknight at 8 p.m. on the First TV, Samsung TV Plus. That is the Morning O'Reilly Update. More analysis later on.
They came from every corner of the country, from small towns and big cities. But they all shared one thing in common. They belonged to a family called Marines, a tough and determined few dedicated to protecting everything we hold sacred. And still, they come. Celebrate the history of those proud few who have earned the title Marine.
And then the media.
101.9 and 94.1.
They lying about what's going on in America. They lying about it.
News Talk STL.
Hi, it's Dan Bongino here, and I'm proud to be on News Talk STL every weekday from 11 to 2. Right now, you're listening to Mike Ferguson in the morning.
Having your first cup of coffee? Mike's on his third. This is Mike Ferguson in the morning on News Talk STL.
Obviously, we are keeping an eye on the weather for you. Be very careful out there. The sirens went off around 4:30 this morning, so we should be done with the severe weather around 8 o'clock. But again, we'll keep you updated on that. Hey, good morning. Mike Ferguson here. A lot to cover. Protest, and where in the world is Kimberly Gardner? Yeah, I'll tell you why that question is being asked. You know, before we get to this protest stuff, we had a good conversation late last week with Bob Hogue from Red State. Just as police were going in and clearing out that encampment at UCLA, talking about how do we get to this point. I want to revisit that because that's going to set up a lot of what we're going to talk about today. Here's what Bob had to say.
I'm watching these videos out of Los Angeles right now, some telling things that kind of line up with what Bob Hogue at Red State was writing about just within the last 24 hours. We'll get to that in a second. RedState.com. Right now you can go and see an article by Bob Hogue. It says paid professional agitators are fomenting violence on America's campuses. Some of these activists and some of these, crazy stuff is just happening from radicalized young people. But we're seeing too many similarities all over the country and too much equipment and too many resources going into for anybody to reasonably think that this is just an organic uprising of the people. Again, it's just not. So, Bob, appreciate you being on the program here. I'm looking at the live stream video of what's happening in Los Angeles right now, and it dawned on me literally about 2 minutes ago. They're arresting one young woman, hauling her off in zip ties. She's got a military-grade gas mask on. She's got earplugs in to protect against flashbangs, and so she's well-equipped. I don't remember anybody having those in the dorms when I was in college. So somebody is providing direction, equipment, resources. I'm not saying that there aren't a whole bunch of young people who are getting caught up in the radicalization. But when I'm looking at your article here, you're talking about these pro-Hamas protests. There are some strings being pulled. There's some marionette type of activity happening here, right?
Absolutely. By the way, it's still dark here on the West Coast where I am, and to wake up to see these beautiful scenes on the TV is quite refreshing.
I said earlier that was my warm, fuzzy, feel-good video of the day.
Yeah, the kids in zip ties.
Yeah. They waited me out last night. I tried to stay up to cover it because they said they were going in at 9, but the LAPD doesn't, and that now it's the CHP for some reason, don't seem to stick to strict guidelines, but they did in fact go in, and what a nice morning. And these protests, where do they all get the exact same tents? That's the first thing you notice. Is there's these green tents. They're at Columbia, they're at UCLA, they're at USC, and then they get these coffee deliveries and all the same thing. And it turns out, well, yes, they are coordinated and paid for. We do know that George Soros-backed groups, these nonprofits where he can hide his identity, they have been identified as being behind at least some of them. And this does not excuse, as you pointed out, many of these radicalized students. We're not giving them a pass just because they're being helped, but they are being helped. There's no question. And some of it's from 60s radicals who just can't seem to find something else to do. They're still at it. Bill Ayers, the co-founder of Weather Underground, showed up at University of Chicago the other day and gave a speech. Unfortunately, it was not caught on video, so we don't know what he said. But he was actually a threat to democracy, and he set up, he bombed the Senate and he bombed some other places and was not put in jail based on a technicality. But he's a real piece of work, this guy. So what happened to him? They gave him a professorship at the University of Chicago. So he showed up. Then there's this lady called Lisa Fithian. She's 63, I believe, something like that. She's been doing this kind of stuff basically her entire life. That's her purpose in life, is to protest. She's been at, Occupy Wall Street. She's been at BLM. She's been at anything where they're chanting. There you'll find her chanting away like a robot. And she's a paid professional agitator. And she's getting at least $300 a day, supposedly. And she's been spotted at the Columbia protest, helping them and saying, oh, no, this is how you make a barricade. And, oh, this is how you resist. And so these nonprofits are able to hide behind their status. And there's one called SJP, Justice in Palestine, whatever it's called. And they're pouring money into it. So, yeah, I don't excuse these radicalized students who some of them you hear are quite hateful and quite awful, to be honest. But they're being funded and helped and prodded on and agitated by some pretty dark forces. Now, funnily enough, on a personal note, I have twins, and they're of college age. And they went to visit some schools last week, and they couldn't even see the schools because you walk into the front door and there's a protest and an encampment. And one of them liked one of these schools and wanted to go to it. And, how do you say to your child, there's not a chance in heck, shall we say, that I'm going to pay for you to go to one of these radicalized places where some of them are even bailing out their own students. So it's a strange time, but I am really refreshed to wake up to these beautiful. Oh, look at that! Yeah, I'm looking up now, and they're clearing it out. They're not messing around.
Good morning, Bob. Gabe Pfeiffer here. So, what is the purpose for this? I mean, people spend money because they're expecting a return on their investment, ultimately speaking, and that can be money, it could be power, and very often though with these guys, it's some sort of influence, right? So, what are they looking to accomplish? Is it a long-term goal, is it a short-term goal, or what?
Well, one thing I didn't mention just now was that there's also foreign interests behind this who are also pumping in money through these nonprofits, this dark money, and their interests are they hate us. So Iran has been. I wrote about a professor last night who basically said the Iranian leaders are loving this and they're cheering it on. And maybe some of that $6 billion that President Biden unfroze for the Islamic Republic, maybe they're pumping some of it back into some of these nonprofits to try and undermine us. As to what the American forces like George Soros and some of these items, I never have quite been able to put my finger on why he wants to sow such chaos. I mean, he's behind a lot of the woke soft on crime prosecutors. He's behind these protests. He's behind everything chaotic. He just seems to want to sow discord into the American system. And I cannot quite figure out his motivations, but he wants to subvert basically the American system. And I just don't get it, because if I'm a billionaire, I'm just cruising around on my yacht and going to my island and having a nice time. But for some reason, he decided to spend his last remaining years tearing down America. And I don't understand, but I do notice one thing. And the 60s radicals, well, they just, and this Lisa Fickian character, they just live to protest. That's what they do. Lisa Fickian has never met a protest that she won't show up and chant and do hold up a sign. And it doesn't matter what's interesting about her and people like her is it doesn't matter what the cause is. They still show up. Mm-hmm. Is it Wall Street? Is it what is it now? Pro Hamas? And she'll be there. And so that's some of their motivations. They just since the '60s have been wanting to, protest and subvert and think they're so interesting that they can undermine us. But the foreign countries, like I say, their motivation is obvious. I do not understand what Soros wants, but clearly he's put a lot of money into this.
Yeah, we're visiting with Bob Hogue from redstate.com, and you can find his article right now called Paid Professional Agitators Are Fomenting Violence on America's Campuses. We mentioned a little bit earlier this week that chaos is the tactic. This isn't like the Soros-affiliated groups or the Marxist professors. It's not like they're going out saying, let's reason together, as Paul wrote, and we're going to come up with this radical Marxist ideology. They want to win through the chaos. They want to win through the violence. They want to win through the disruption. They want to win through the occupation. Those are the tactics you use
either when you know you're not on the right side of things or when you know that you have to use force to implement your worldview on this. So when we're talking about this money, and Gabe mentioned the return on investment, what we're talking about is such a priority for the other side that they are willing to get people hurt or even killed to advance what they're doing. And so that's why I keep cautioning people, Bob, to not look at this as young people just acting up. This is a really, really big effort that's being funded by people who just truly want to dissolve the foundations of our country.
That's a great point. And if you look, there's a great thread on Twitter right now of some of the mug shots. And yes, too many of our college kids have been radicalized, but you look at the mud shots and it looks like a gang. And you've got a 38-year-old, very hardened looking face. Guy had a gun on Columbia campus. You've got these very tough looking folks who are not college students. In fact, I believe at Columbia, it's over half of those arrests were not Columbia students. They were these tough, creepy, professional protesters or worse. And so, yeah, we don't want to just let these guys off the hook, these college students, because there's a couple of them, especially Kalami, I forget his last name, but basically at Columbia saying he wanted to kill Jews. So there's some really radicalized folks. But, yeah, behind it are these groups. And what's really interesting, which I forgot to mention, is who's caught in the middle? Biden, Gavin Newsom. Where are they? They have said virtually nothing. Biden has not come on camera to address these protests, which have now been going on for at least 2 weeks. Gavin Newsom issued some weak statements, but where was he last night? Why wasn't he on the TV trying to calm the situation? Why wasn't he condemning this? It's because they can't, because this is their people. They don't want to alienate the pro-Hamas vote. They want Michigan, where there's a huge Muslim population. They want the vote in November. So they're not condemning it. And Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, issued some totally weak statements yesterday. Oh, yeah, we don't like hate rhetoric. But they have been noticeably silenced. And as we've seen throughout in New York, in California, other spots, they've been incredibly weak in their response and clearly hesitant and don't want to alienate anybody. Where you see in Florida, don't try this in Florida. You're going to have a long night.
Hey, good morning, Bob. Stealth Ponticus here. I know we've only got a minute or so left. And by the way, I think you're right about Newsom and Biden. Where are they? Where are these folks coming out and saying something? You also mentioned Bill Ayers, who was part of the Weather Underground back in the 60s and 70s. And you're right. They did set off bombs at the U.S. Capitol and the Pentagon. And oddly enough, Bill grew up about 5 miles from me. He was in Glen Ellen. I was in Lombard, outside Chicago. And that whole mindset of anarchy was prominent in those groups. And we see it today in the funding of some of the protests. Do you think that there's hope that we can overcome this mindset that seems to have settled in on campuses?
Well, that's a great question and a tough one, because it is pretty ingrained in the higher education these days. We had, seen a lot of signs before of how radicalized these institutions have become between the DEI stuff and the, everything's about transgenderism stuff and the, so too many things to mention that they've kind of lost the plot for a lot of these places. They're charging $90,000, which is just makes your head spin, to basically teach people to be extremists and to be on the far left of society. And I think people, if there's anything good to come out of this, I think people are waking up to that fact. Mm-hmm. Some of us have been railing about it for a while. We're just like, what is going on? Especially if you have college-age kids and you're seeing what's going on and what they're being taught. It's pretty stark, and it's quite America-hating, much of what they're being taught. So I do think it's possible to turn it around, but it's going to take a huge effort, and it's going to take a lot of people waking up to what's really going on. Parents like me who go, wait a sec, I'm not sending my kid to that school. I think I said this, but one of my kids was interested in one of these schools. And she had to pick, actually, within the last 24 hours. The deadline came. And I just had to say, no. I'm not paying for a school where they're bailing out radical extremists. Sorry. Pick a different one. And the good news is that there are schools out there that are not like this. They're very quietly going about their business, but they're not putting up with this stuff. And some of them are in states where, thankfully, they wouldn't let it go on like they did here at UCLA. They just simply stood back and watched freaking lawlessness go on for hours. There are places where that does not happen. So I think there's hope, but it's going to be a tough battle because the rot at the core of some of these quote-unquote elite institutions is really deep.
All right, that first morning news dump comes your way here in just a couple of minutes, including an update on what's happening with the weather right here on 1019 94.1 News Talk STL.
We give you news, analysis, opinion, and more. Only on News Talk STL. Get up, St. Louis. It's Mike Ferguson in the morning. This is News Talk STL. News, analysis, and opinion from the voices you know and trust. News Talk STL at 1019, 94.1, and newstalkstl.com.
Replacing your roof is always a big deal and a big decision. That's why I want you to call my friends, the folks that we've trusted with our homestead, Eureka Contracting and Roofing. 636-938-ROOF. That's 636-938-ROOF. They are veteran-owned, over 30 years of experience in the construction and insurance industry. They'll replace 100% of your roof, siding, fascia, and gutters. They'll come to you with a personal consultation. Give them a call anytime that Mother Nature strikes you. 636-938-ROOF. Available 24/7 at eurekacontracting.com. That's eurekacontracting.com.
Attention farmers, is your material handling equipment coming up short in your operation? A JCB TM Series telescopic wheel loader from Sievers JCB can take your productivity to new heights. Bucket capacities range from 1 yard to 4 yards and lift heights up to 18 feet. Don't miss out on special short-term lease options and put JCB TM productivity to work on your farm for under $3,000 per month. To schedule your on-farm demo, call or visit SieversJCB.com today.
The Vic Porcelli Show.
It's Black History Month. I'm sorry, I haven't mentioned that during the whole time we promoted Melanie Collette being on with us. Melanie Collette from Project 21 joins us now. Melanie, thanks for coming back to talk to us again.
Thank you for having me. I can't believe you had to remind yourself that it's Black History Month. Is that the only reason why you're having me on?
That's right, only because you're black. Not because we think you're smart. Only because you're
Knew it!
Vic Porcelli, live and local weekday mornings at 9 on News Talk STL.
I think we should be able to have a civil conversation.
The news and talk that matters to St. Louis.
This conversation has completely made me crazy.
This is complete insanity.
News Talk STL.
Danny Define with The Next Gen, airing every Sunday at 10 p.m. right here on News Talk STL. Now back to the show with Mike Ferguson in the morning.
Morning News Dump.
Are you joking? Is this a joke?
Listen, folks. The Morning News Dump.
All right, in case you haven't noticed, storms moving through the metro area. The tornado sirens went off here in Maryland Heights a little over an hour ago. Let's keep each other updated out there, okay? So be safe. We'll keep you posted here. Also, when you support and encourage evil, do you know what you get, Stel?
No, what do you get, Mike?
Evil.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're seeing that all over the country and all over the world right now. Just further evidence that all of this anti-Israel protesting, it is not based on anything other than anti-Semitism and hatred. That's just all there is to it.
You're saying evil begets evil?
Yes.
All right.
Precise. I read that somewhere. All right. Also, Kimberly Gardner is terrible at serving the public, but apparently she's very good at hide and seek.
Hide and seek.
Yeah. All right, 5:52. I'll tell you what that's all about here in just a second here. All right, Israeli officials, they have launched the military operations into Rafah to take out Hamas forces. And, of course, this is the same day that the terrorist group says, hey, we'll accept terms of a ceasefire that was proposed on Monday by a couple of Islamic nations. South Carolina Senator Tim Scott was on Hannity last night, says the best way to take down the terrorist group is for the U.S. to step up, continue to provide Israel with what they actually need.
Thank God for the coalition government in Israel that's going forward in Rafah to finish Hamas so that they can clean the slate, and get back to functioning in the Middle East.
Okay, so keep in mind that the White House and the Biden administration is still demanding that Israel go into a ceasefire, and that Israel literally gave the people of Rafah and all of these civilians over a month's notice that they were going to be coming in and looking for Hamas. Okay, remember that investigation into Kimberly Gardner and how she mishandled the circuit attorney's office? Okay, that's still going on. And it turns out the state auditor has been trying to wrap up that project for a long time. Problem is they literally cannot find Kimberly Gardner.
Kim Gardner knows we're trying to finish the audit. She knows there are questions that only she can answer.
They've been trying to serve her with subpoenas. They've been trying to find her. They've been calling. They've been sending mail. They've been literally asking, hey, have you seen Kimberly Gardner? We have to interview her. She's nowhere to be found.
That is so bizarre.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. This has gone on for months, and we'll have more on this just a little bit later, but absolutely ridiculous. It's just showing, I guess if you know you have absolutely no way to defend your actions, you're that corrupt, you don't want to actually do your job. And even though she's out of office, she still has a responsibility, but responsibility hasn't really been a selling point of Kimberly Gardner.
So she's out of office, and could it be that she's out of the area?
Maybe. Yeah, they don't know.
Wow, that's weird.
I mean, literally, she could be in St. Louis. She could be anywhere else. Nobody can seem to find her. Somebody knows where she is, but she has no desire to actually fulfill the commitment to answer the questions of the audit. All right, President Biden's push to reclassify marijuana is his latest election year move, and a lot of people are saying, hey, I see what's going on here. He is trying to hold those younger voters on his side, because reclassifying marijuana, frankly, is the right thing to do, but it also really appeals to them.
Hoping to appeal to younger voters, the president has embraced a series of policies ranging from free community college to abortion access to student loan forgiveness. His latest move is a proposal to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug. The Biden campaign is fighting to hold together the coalition that sent him to the White House in 2020. But he's facing stiff opposition from many younger Americans when it comes to his handling of Israel's war against Hamas. Greg Clugston, the White House.
And of course, even though that's a conservative news outlet, it's not Israel's war against Hamas. Hamas started the war. It's Israel's war for survival out there. But keep in mind, that's one of the parts of the reasons the Democrats had good years in 20 and 2022 are because of those younger voters breaking hard to the left, which is another one of my warnings to Republicans and to conservatives, because they're not always the same thing, is beware. Those polls aren't always showing the full picture, so be careful there. All right, the White House touting its economic achievements. I'll just let that sit there for a second. Ahead of the presidential election, Kamala Harris tried to make the case for re-election. She was speaking in Detroit.
Over the past 3 years, the president and I have invested now trillions of dollars in America's infrastructure, in clean energy and a clean energy economy, in manufacturing, and in supply chains.
They personally invested trillions of dollars.
Yeah, you've spent all our money. Thanks very much.
By the way, a recent poll from Fox News says 52% of Americans say they're worse off now financially than they were 4 years ago.
Yes.
Imagine that.
I believe it.
Exactly. Okay, much of the metro is under a severe weather watch, particularly a tornado watch. Severe thunderstorm warning, I think, is actually in effect right now, too. That's going to expire. Currently, it plans to expire around 8 o'clock. No reports of massive damage that we're getting, but we're still keeping the lookout, because it looks like there has been some damage in some areas kind of on the southwest part of
I did see somewhere on
area.
Sullivan, yes.
Sullivan, okay. All right. So if you see something, let me know, okay? Also, the Cardinals played the Mets at Busch Stadium yesterday. Cardinals lost again. That's all I want to say about that. Same two teams play today at 6:45, and this just in, I don't have my hopes up.
Always be clear where you get your conservative talk.
The St. Louis Business Journal is now reporting that liberal billionaire George Soros is the largest shareholder of Odyssey,
the parent company of KMOX and 97.1 Talk.
Soros' maneuver raises critical questions about the future of media ownership and influence.
Money and attention is power. And when he has the money and he controls what's on the radio stations, he's going to be able to control the minds, potentially hundreds of millions of Americans.
St. Louis's trusted source and number one
for conservative talk.
This is News Talk STL.
My friend, death is certain. Are you prepared? Larry Connors here. I don't want to scare you, but your funeral plans are an important conversation you need to have with your spouse, family, other loved ones. My friend Benjamin Schaefer at Senior Memorial can help find you an affordable, final expense life insurance policy, regardless of your health condition. You could qualify up to $30,000 of lifetime coverage. Life insurance plans with Senior Memorial also offer living benefits towards hearing and diabetic supplies, access to a 24-hour teledoc service, discounts on urns, caskets, tombstones. Call my friend Benjamin at Senior Memorial and discover your legacy at 314-866-8886 or visit memorialplans.com. Memorialplans.com. Senior Memorial Heritage Protection.
So we finally got the parts for the time machine. Classic Kicks Country is streaming now. Hear all your new country favorites from the 90s. Streaming as it happened in the 90s. Classic Kicks. Download the Classic Kicks app from the App Store. Online at ClassicKicks.com. Or enable the Classic Kicks skill on Alexa. 90s New Country streaming now. KLGY HD3 Clayton, K270BW Bellefonte, KNBS Bowling Green. This is News Talk STL at 1019, 94.1 and always streaming at newstalkstl.com.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. The destruction is massive, and at least one death is blamed on powerful storms that have devastated communities near Tulsa.
One tornado ripped through the town of Barnsdall, Oklahoma, just north of Tulsa Monday night. Roger Edwards, lead forecaster of the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma, says from Monday to early Tuesday, they received 15 reports of tornadoes throughout the Midwest.
Eastern Oklahoma, southern Oklahoma, and I'd say central and eastern Missouri still have a threat for severe wind, tornadoes, and hail.
The storms began Monday with gusty winds and rain, but at night, tornadoes began hitting northern Oklahoma. Two areas hit, Sulphur and Holdenville, are still recovering from a deadly tornado late last month. In Kansas, some areas received hail the size of an apple. I'm Donna Waters.
Israel going after Hamas in Rafah after rejecting a ceasefire plan accepted by the terror group. Israel says that proposal fell far short of meeting its core demands. The celebrities not the only ones showing up for last night's glitzy Met Gala in New York City. Participants greeted by anti-Israel protesters in the streets. Technical issues forcing Boeing to scrub its first astronaut launch just 2 hours before planned liftoff last night from Cape Canaveral.
Overall, things were going really well in the launch countdown. In fact, we were a little bit ahead of the timeline and talking about maybe being able to close the hatch a little bit early. The team did a great job of getting out to the pad and getting Butch and Sonny in the vehicle.
NASA's Steve Stitch saying that canceling the mission was a tough call. Now that Starliner capsule will not be sent aloft before Friday at the very earliest. And watching Wall Street this morning, stock futures are mixed. Dow futures up 59 points, while the NASDAQ futures are 23 points lower. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Relief, thank the pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
Progressive asks, what do a middle school slumber party,
Let's stay up all night. Yeah!
a sleep-deprived girl, an early morning paper route, and a poorly thrown rolled-up newspaper have in common?
Hey, my window!
They can become a fast-breaking news story.
Sorry, Mr. Thompson.
Bundle your home and auto with Progressive for great savings and round-the-clock protection.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
From the Michaels Flooring Outlet Weather Center.
I'm First Alert 4 Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton. We have a First Alert weather day overnight tonight. A line of storms will march our way and could produce some damaging wind, even isolated brief tornadoes. We'll be on guard overnight, especially 4 to 6 a.m. in St. Louis. Storms will be east by about 8 a.m., 65 for the low, 84 warm and breezy in the afternoon. Then Wednesday, a high of 82, but another First Alert weather day. We'll have to be on guard around midday through the afternoon to early evening. A chance for strong to severe storms, hail, wind, and even tornadoes a possibility on Wednesday. That's the latest from the First Alert 4 Weather Center. I'm Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton.
This hour of News Talk STL is brought to you by Stiefel, serving investors for over 130 years. Contact your Stiefel financial advisor at stiefel.com. That's STIFEL.com.
How would you like to go on a 5-star vacation for just $99? We're talking about the quality of a Westgate resort for $99. Not for one night, but for 3 fantastic nights at one of their luxurious destinations across the United States. And you'll even get a free $100 Visa gift card just for making a reservation. We've got some of the choicest destinations that you'll love in the United States that you can choose from for just $99 for a 3-night stay. Take your family, take a special loved one, but get away. Go on vacation with Westgate Resorts. Call now to make a reservation for just $99, and you get a free $100 Visa gift card. Call Westgate right now and book your vacation. Here's the number:
800-407-9204. 800-407-9204. 800-407-9204. That's 800-407-9204.
No big old corporate lib AM station telling us what to say here.
Conservative talk for St. Louis. This is News Talk STL at 1019, 94.1,
And always streaming at newstalkstl.com.
Mike Ferguson.
I'm the world's heavyweight wrestling champion.
Gabe Pfeiffer.
I'm Batman.
Get up! Get up! Can't you hear the alarm? Get up! Get up!
I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts.
No.
Mike Ferguson in the morning on News Talk STL.
All right, Kimberly Gardner is missing. Call the hotline.
Oh, really?
Nope, nobody can find her.
She's AWOL?
Yep.
Now, MIA.
Now, normally we'd be just glad to get rid of her. Right?
Yeah.
But someone really needs to talk to her to confirm how bad and corrupt she is. So if you've seen her, let somebody know. If you see somebody, say something. Okay, we'll get to that in a minute here. By the way, you never negotiate with terrorists, right?
You're not supposed to.
Or don't negotiate with their sympathizers.
Right.
And many colleges, universities, and communities around the country are learning right now why that was a good rule and a good idea. More damage caused by these petulant brats happening all over the place. We're going to update you on that around 6:20 or so at 6:06. All right, storms moving through the area. Looks like in Sullivan, looks like there's at least one business. Looks like the what's called the One More Pub and Grub. Looks like that's got some severe damage with the storms that moved through. I haven't confirmed that was a tornado, but storm damage, maybe a tornado. I don't know.
Right.
But the storm is moving through the metro area right over the city at the moment. The hardest part of the storm, the lead part, is moved over to the Illinois side. It hit Maryland Heights. The sirens went off here about 4:35. And so now it's moving through. by the time the storm is over, it's probably going to be petering out, a little before 8 o'clock or so. But keep an eye out there because you could still have something, and then you've got the possibility of residual flooding and things like that.
The worst I saw of it was a downed tree limb, like a really big one, kind of on my route in from home there. But for the most part, I don't think this hit the Maryland Heights area too bad or anything like that. I didn't see anything in North County either. But there. As with these storms, there's always the very localized damaged areas.
Right.
You can see debris in a road someplace, or one single building out of a whole neighborhood that just looks like it's been collapsed on itself. It's just these storms are so frightening in that way.
Yeah,
I think our news partner Channel 4 just reported that Sullivan High School got hit.
Got some damage too.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's we'll find out what the actual official reading on that is, but right now what just matters is let's hope everybody's okay. That's the big thing right
Absolutely.
now. So still under the watch until 8 o'clock, so something could still pop up. And again, a lot of times the flooding issues, there's a lot of areas like Brentwood, Boulevard and a bunch of others, Hanley Road, some of those areas that will flood a little bit later on as the water tries to go into the system and the system can't handle all the water. So that doesn't happen immediately. So be really careful if you're in an area where it's known to be prone to flooding.
Yeah, the flooding thing is going to be, that's kind of the lasting effect of a lot of these storms that we've been having because the ground is saturated already. So all of this rain that's coming, it's going to go somewhere and it's going to find those low-lying areas.
Yeah, and this just in, my baseball game I'm scheduled to play later on today is now listed as questionable.
Unless it's got a great drainage system.
Yeah, it might be one of those low-lying areas.
It's in Sauget. No.
That's underwater. It's underwater right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it is. So maybe I'm just planning to stick to my workout here at the house. All right, anybody want to play a game, guys?
Oh, no.
Let's play a game.
I don't like when Mike wants to play a game.
Let's play a game. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Well, she sneaks around the world from Kiev to Carolina. She's a sticky-fingered filcher from Berlin down to Belize. She'll take you for a ride on a slow boat to China. Tell me, where in the world is
Kimberly Gardner?
I love, by the way, Carmen Sandiego, that intro hits, first of all. That song slaps. And I loved that show back in the day. Yeah. I really did.
You're a little bit younger than me. That was after my time.
Yeah.
I get it. Hey,
I'm your little brother in that regard.
Right.
It's like, what are you watching in here?
That's right. Okay, so here's the deal is, the investigation, of course, there was the Attorney General's investigation, and then the state auditor is trying to complete their investigation of Kimberly Gardner's tenure in office. So we're talking about everything from how the money was spent, how the money was reported, how hiring decisions were made, how firing decisions were made, how casework and caseloads were managed, why there were so many criminal cases that weren't addressed, why there's so many,
the full postmortem.
Yeah, the entire thing about the whole debacle that is Kimberly Gardner, they have to interview her. They have to get her side of the story. Or they need to, they want to, and they literally cannot find her. They have tried to serve her with subpoenas. The servers cannot find her.
That's so weird.
Calls, mail, they cannot find her. So, the auditor, Scott Fitzpatrick, was in St. Louis yesterday commenting on this. This is part of what he had to say.
You may have resigned, but your resignation does not end your responsibility to answer to the people of St. Louis about your time in office. I know you will see this. Do the right thing.
Okay, the chances of her doing the right thing?
Like 0?
Yeah.
Less than?
Yeah.
Now, okay, did she move in between, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, we knew where she lived to send her checks, right?
Right.
We knew where she was going to school for nursing.
Yep.
Because they followed her there to confirm the time that she was spending there as opposed to in her office. Like there was all that whole portion of it. So at one point we had a tail on her, right?
Yeah.
Now she's absolutely just disappeared.
They don't know where she is.
That's crazy.
She could be anywhere in the country or the world, or she could just be in St. Louis and move to a new apartment. We have no idea.
That's crazy.
You know, here's the thing: is because she was completing her master's in some sort of nursing field while she was supposed to be in the office, literally breaking the law on this. This was one of the things they got her on, and they, so you would think if she applied for a license, got hired somewhere, that they would be able to look that up, but they just can't find anything.
That's really weird.
Professional investigators. Now, I don't think they're looking anywhere other than St. Louis.
Okay.
I mean, they're not. It's not like they're going door to door. I mean, I don't think she's being hidden in a speakeasy or anything like that.
But she's got to have an electronic presence someplace, though.
She hasn't tweeted, and she's gotten off of anything public on social media.
My suggestion would be send some IRS agents out there to look for her.
They have a few to spare.
Yeah, get thousands new ones, right? Yeah. But one thing I'm thinking of here is that it's not as though she's like some special ops agent or something who can disappear into the wind. Right. It's like is the issue simply that because she's not necessarily under like a criminal investigation, there are some resources that are not open to investigation right now? Well,
I mean, I don't think they're gonna like spend the money to hire a private investigator to do a skip trace or anything like that.
Right, you know what I mean? Yeah.
And eventually if they can't find her, they will, do their best to fill in the blanks, but her argument, her side of it just doesn't get in there, and it looks even worse for her. And then you've got the question, is it possible that they do uncover criminal activity that is then forwarded to the Attorney General's office or forwarded to Gabe Gore, who now runs that office? I don't know. And if Kimberly Gardner has something that she knows is there that could really bite her, maybe it's better for her
to just stay
to not talk. But the best thing to do would be to invoke the Fifth Amendment and just say, no, I'm not talking to you people. She could rile up her base, by saying, I'm not talking to you people. There's no way. You were out to get me and you got me. I'm not giving you anything else. I mean, she could do that, but the whole thing of just running away from it, I mean, Scott's right, is that she's going to hear that. She saw the report. She knows that it's out there. She knows that they've been trying to subpoena her. They're trying to interview her. They're trying to put her under oath, and she just doesn't want to do it. But I don't know. Maybe she left town. I have no idea.
Could it be she entered the Matrix?
she's underneath. She's hanging out with Trinity. No, well, I guess if they uncover something criminal, then they would probably put out a warrant on her, and then that would open her up to I guess a little bit more scrutiny that probably could find her. You'd be able to subpoena bank records and things like that to see where she's been using her credit cards, and maybe even be able to trace her phone and things like that. Those are the type of things you need court orders for.
Yeah.
Right now in America you need court orders to do these things. Be careful, everybody. I guess she's just, they're looking for her to question her, but not for a full-on criminal investigation yet.
There's no question the Republicans would love to hang a criminal charge on her, and she probably deserves one or two or three or four. But also, Kimberly Gardner is a big reminder of what happens when Soros influences something, when you benefit from the Soros organizations and the funds. And she was one of the Soros prosecutors. Backed prosecutors, and you saw that in St. Louis and Chicago and other cities all over the country. But it's also an election year. Don't think that there aren't election year politics happening on both sides here.
Do you think they've contacted Soros? Maybe he knows where she is.
I'm sure he might. Yeah, he might. It's like, hey, listen, have her call into a radio station.
That guy corrupts everything he touches.
Pretty much, yeah. All right, 314-912-1019. Just ahead here, we have been encouraging, enabling, trying to downplay, and I say we, I mean not those of us who are part of the News Talk STL family, but overall, looking at all of these demonstrations and protests and now riots as, well, these young people are getting really out of hand. No, this is something we've been warning you about. You need to put the stop to. Not the free speech. You can say the gross stuff like I've been saying for weeks now. But when you encourage and enable evil, you get evil. And it's affecting a lot of people. Ground zero for it in the United States, canceling their main commencement. The entire thing. We'll talk about that just ahead here.
For podcast articles and more, find us on newstalkstl.com. Get up, St. Louis. It's Mike Ferguson in the morning.
Hey, Tony Colombo here for Gutter Pros. When Christine and I bought our new house, we knew the gutters were an issue, and after meeting the Gutter Pros team, we knew that they were right for us. Gutter Pros is your all-in-one gutter service team that offers a variety of affordable solutions, and they even offer free estimates, so there's no cost to you to find out if they are right for your home, just like they were for ours. If you're having a problem with your gutters, contact the Gutter Pros now, because with Gutter Pros, water goes where they tell it to. Call them at 314-656-7195 or visit gutterpros.com.
Man, what a great party you're throwing here. This wasp nest is great.
Yeah, man, we got about 70 wasps in here.
Too bad we can't fit any more wasps in here. It looks like they're having fun outside, stinging all the kids. Oh, man, who just pulled up?
Oh, no, it's the pest control company again with those green wheels. They seem to kill every one of my parties.
This is Derek, the owner of All Solutions Pest Control. Give us a call today at 636-486-7888. Learn more about our special $67 offer. You can visit us online at allsolutionspestcontrol.com.
If a pest-free home is your goal, call All Solutions Pest Control.
Tony Colombo here, reminding you to visit my friends at Bluff City Outdoors in Alton before your next trip into the great outdoors. For decades, Bluff City Outdoors has covered all the needs for area fishermen, and they'll always have all the best bait, tackle, and gear for your next trip on the water. And now they cover all your bow hunting needs, including their state-of-the-art indoor archery range and techno hunt system, open every day for you to come shoot, or you can join a league. Follow Bluff City Outdoors on Facebook and learn more at bluffcityoutdoors.com.
Staff Sergeant Mark Anthony Madrid.
Staff Sergeant Samantha Cowell.
I'm Staff Sergeant Alex
Staff Sergeant William Lewis, and I am proud to defend my family and our nation.
The Air Force Reserve is part of the story of this great nation.
I'm grateful that I have a chance to wear the uniform of the heroes that went before me.
I'm proud to be part of a team that helps make a difference in the world.
Every day, men and women from communities across this nation serve as reserve citizen airmen. Even as technology evolves and changes, our commitment to defend and protect this nation remains steadfast. We celebrate those who have served and those who are proudly serving. We celebrate our proud history and look towards an exciting and uniting future. Our mission is to fly, fight, and win in air, space, and cyberspace.
And I am proud to be a member.
And I'm proud to serve in the United States.
And I am proud to protect our country.
Proud to serve in the U.S. Air Force Reserve.
This hour of Mike Ferguson in the Morning is brought to you by Stifel. Request a portfolio review from your Stifel financial advisor at stifel.com. That's STIFEL.com.
Hi, it's Vic Porcelli.
And Ken.
Hi, Ken.
Hey, Vic.
Ken and I are on every Monday through Friday, 9 to 11, right here on News Talk STL. Right now, you're listening to Mike Ferguson in the morning on 101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL. Whoosh, my morning people.
She grew up in an Indiana town, had a good-looking mama who never was around, but she grew up tall.
All right, maybe this is the get off my lawn discussion.
I love these because for some reason I've been an old man for like the last 15, 20 years, and it's well within my wheelhouse.
Get off my wet lawn.
Yes, my very sloshy lawn.
Maybe it's the we told you so discussion. But,
okay.
You never negotiate with terrorists or their sympathizers.
Yeah.
Big mistake that's been made all over the country. And to give credit where credit's due, so far in St. Louis, they didn't fall for it. Now, they're still having problems, but they didn't fall for it. So should we even treat these, now at this point, rioters with any level of respect or dignity?
Not at all.
No. Let's get to that in just a minute here. By the way, how does this happen? I mean, clearly, they hate their own culture. They hate their own nation here. Let's get a take on that from an expert at 635.
Yeah, where does this come from?
Yeah, America's criminologist, Dr. Curry Myers, going to be with us just ahead. All right, before we do that, got Scott here on News Talk STL. Scott, I understand that you had some thoughts on the entire Kimberly Gardner thing because they need to interview her to finish the investigation, but nobody can find her right now. What do you think?
Good morning, gentlemen. Well, twofold. Maybe they could borrow some of Merrick Garland's Department of Justice folks to help use them track down the way they are tracking down the J6 traffic control people. And secondly, they could always put out a podium and a microphone and say they're going to talk about racism, white supremacy, and women being held down in our society.
So it's like one of those traps with the like a rabbit trap with the they got the box on a stick with the carrot underneath, like they had in the Bugs Bunny cartoon. So you just do that, but with a podium.
Or how they get folks with outstanding warrants. They tell them they've won Super Bowl tickets or something.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
I love it.
I like your idea, Scott, because what you've got here is basically, hey, it's beat slam poetry for leftists, and you're invited, Kim.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure. You'd get Cory Bush there first, right? He would let them show that, hey, it's safe. Come on, and then they could get her. With regard to the Cardinals, there's AAA for the players, but for like Bowtie Boy and these other guys in the front office, is there AAA from that for them? Do they get to be sent somewhere to get re-educated?
Believe it or not, for a lot of people who work underneath those people, yeah, there actually is. They actually move like administrative and marketing and people all around as well. But yeah, this is insane. It is so pathetic. Literally 25% of the White Sox wins happened last weekend in St. Louis against the Cardinals. They've only won 8 games, and 2 of them were against the Cardinals.
Wow.
It's absolutely horrendous, man. Hey, Scott, appreciate you being part of the show, man.
Any graduate students out there, they could do a paper on the Peter Principle and the Cardinals, them reaching their level of incompetency.
Yeah, it's beyond. I put in the news roundup, or the morning news dump as we call it now. I'm like, okay, there was a game yesterday. That's not what I want to talk about. I don't even want to talk about it at this point.
Horrible.
All right, hey Scott, thanks so much here.
Thanks, sir.
All right, Columbia University canceling its main commencement ceremony. Why? Because of the pro-Hamas protesters. They know that it's going to be disrupted and taken over. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. She goes back to their talking points, which are correct. Violent protest against the law, don't do it. Saying it's unfortunate that a small group of people have taken things to the point where they're robbing all the students of a graduation ceremony.
We feel for each of the graduates, and we're going to continue to reiterate the president's comments and statements and what we've said from this podium, to call for protests peacefully.
Okay, so here's the thing, though, is that the pro-Hamas protesters, yes, ultimately they're at fault, but this is also Columbia University's fault because they met with and negotiated and allowed it to happen and were so against using any sort of law enforcement or force. Once the things became violent, once things became illegal, violating property rights, nobody is saying that the adults shouldn't have their right to say stupid things. They have a right to say stupid things. They have a right to say disgusting things. But Columbia University basically cooked up this environment and then allowed this to happen. And then once the line got crossed, they were like, whoa, now it's harder to get it under control. And they're barely now getting under control. And now they know we can't even have a commencement ceremony for however thousands of students who graduated, worked 4 or 5 years to get their degree, and they don't get to have their ceremony now because of the ineptitude of Columbia University, because of the left-wing leadership, and because of these idiot students.
I know we've talked about this before, but the thing that's horrible, that really bugs me, is that these kids suffered through their senior year in high school, not being able to have a commencement ceremony because of the pandemic, and now here we are 4 years later, and they're going to get screwed out of their commencement for college.
Yeah, imagine you're one of the good ones, right? You're a good kid from a good family. You're just trying to keep your head down and work to become an adult, essentially. And the COVID tyrants took away your senior high school years, and now the terrorist sympathizers and apologists are taking away your college graduation. So you're not winning. At this point, I wonder what those kids are feeling.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder how what's going on in their minds now that they're thinking, well, we got screwed again.
It's got to impact the way they're going to look at the world, just in general.
Yeah, and it should be the lesson to all of us because, again, I mentioned this last week. If you accept a generally accepted definition of terrorism, which is the use of force or violence or the threat of force or violence in order to achieve a social or political or in some cases around the world, even a religious goal, that's terrorism.
Yes.
Well, that's what these idiots are doing.
Mm-hmm.
So now what you have here are they get together in their big enough numbers. And remember, it's not just students. There are agitators who we know are paid to go around and gin things up. We know that that's the case.
Oddly enough, Soros bucks there again are kind of in the mix. Yeah.
And so they're looking for, and then they say, well, they're not even meeting with us. And there's usually somebody in media who goes, well, administration wouldn't even meet with the protest leaders.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why would they?
Yeah.
They should take the Reagan approach where he says, meet with them for what?
Yes.
Absolutely not.
Right, exactly. Well, and the thing is, you don't see this stuff in places where, the administration has taken a hard line on what's going on. Florida is the biggest and the best example of this because you have a governor who's not going to take that bull crap, and you have a university system president in Ben Sasse who's not going to take that bull crap. He issued pretty much very straightforward directives like, here's how this is going to go. And when they challenged him, when the protesters, the Hamas apologists challenged him on it, when they tried to push the boundaries of it, he's like, "No, we told you this was how it's going to go," and that's what happened. And then people criticize, it's like, "We told them this is how it's going to go."
But more importantly, not one single person's right to free speech was violated.
That's right,
or limited in any way.
Yep,
they were allowed to be as anti-Semitic as they want. They were allowed to be as bigoted as they want. They were allowed to say what they wanted to say. They just weren't allowed to violate other people's rights.
That's right.
I think back to when Passover began, and Ben Sasse looked right at the I'm saying this figuratively, looked right at the protesters and said, take this. We're going to set up the biggest Seder you've ever seen in the gym here on campus. Yeah. And so they had hundreds of seats. They had everything laid out for a Seder dinner. And from my perspective, I think he was thumbing his nose at the protesters and saying, you're not going to do it on our campus, and we're going to stand up for our Jewish students.
Absolutely.
And so a lot like the Black Lives Matter riots, the George Floyd riots, the pro-Hamas rioters just hell-bent on destruction. I mean, in New York City, there is a 107th Infantry War Soldiers Memorial. It has now been defaced, and it's draped in Palestinian flags, Islamic flags, and then also at Auschwitz. Literally at Auschwitz. There was a Holocaust remembrance ceremony on Monday, and the pro-Hamas protesters heckled and disrupted a Holocaust remembrance ceremony literally at Auschwitz. That should tell you everything you need to know. Megan Green, Tashara Jones, Rasheen Aldridge. Let's see, who else? Anybody else who's encouraging all this or allowing all of this?
You can go national. Rashida Tlaib,
the
whole crew.
Yeah, without any question at all. Bernie Sanders.
Yes,
you name it.
And then you have some media apologists, right? Who are saying, "Hey, come on, they're just worried about the genocide happening." Oh yeah, garbage. Look at this. Look at this.
If this doesn't show you, if this doesn't confirm that this is all at its heart anti-Semitism and bigotry towards Jewish people, I don't know what could possibly convince you of that.
Seriously.
Because you don't see a whole bunch of these Free Palestine types going, whoa, that was horrible. That's not us. Because they're on board with it.
Absolutely. They're still out here chanting these genocidal slogans at Jewish students who are trying to get to class, preventing them from going places, all kinds of stuff. They're tearing down Israeli flags wherever they find, and American flags, by the way.
Yeah.
It's basically the same thing as what you'd see in one of these Iranian protest things. Death to Israel, death to America, and that's the impetus that's running all this stuff.
I think it was the Netherlands, but there was another country where these pro-Hamas international activists literally were running up to Jewish people with sticks and beating them. And the police were standing by going, hey, you shouldn't do that.
Hey guys, let's not agitate here. Let's not.
Which really bothers me because my wife in 12 hours is going to be on a flight heading into that area. They're going to be in that area for a little while. I mean, they're going to be in Italy mostly, but they got to fly through some of those parts of the world here. But that's what we've been saying from the very beginning. The more that this is allowed to grow, the worse it's going to get. Somebody's going to be hurt. Somebody's going to die. I don't want that to happen. I'm just telling you what happens if you don't maintain basic order. When your rights are being violated, then you have a I think, a right and even a duty to break them.
Yes.
The order.
Mhm.
But that's not what's happening right here. All right, so how do we get to the point where you got so many people willing to do this? What do they have to hate about everything they grew up with? We're going to talk to one of the experts about that at 6:35 here on 1019 94.1 News Talk STL.
She moved down here at the age of 18. She blew the boys away, it was more than they'd seen. I was introduced.
Like and subscribe to us on Rumble. News Talk STL. Mike Ferguson in the morning.
Columbo and Katie.
We're exactly 6 months away from the election, and new polling shows it's a dead heat between Trump and Biden. How on earth is that possible? We'll discuss it Tuesday. Plus, Crane Durham joins us at 2:20.
Weekdays at 2
on News Talk STL.
Dreaming of upgrading your outdoor space? STL FenceWorks is the choice for you. Our skilled craftsmen build custom fences from modern vinyl to classic ornamental, fitting your style and budget. Elevate your outdoor living with low-maintenance decks designed to relax and entertain. We choose only top-quality American-made materials, ensuring your project is built to last. Your satisfaction is our passion. With over 50 years of experience, custom designs, and exceptional customer service, visit stlfenceworks.com today.
I'm Dr. TJ, owner of the Institute of Natural Health, co-owner of Optimal Nutraceuticals, and the host of Wellness 101. Wellness 101 is designed to cut through the nonsense and provide you common sense, science-based information regarding health and wellness. On the show, we discuss topics like thyroid health, gut health, hormone optimization, and many others. Our show airs Saturdays at 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. and Sundays at 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. right here on News Talk STL. For more information, visit us at inhstl.com. That's inhstl.com.
Larry Connors, USA.
Hunter Biden and his artwork.
Excuse me, Hunter. Apparently you're afraid of my words. What a coward.
The art gallerist apparently claimed that one of Hunter's financial backers purchased most of his paintings for $875,000. What's this? Oh, it's a scribble, but really it's a man walking into his future and seeing his past at the same time.
You are the epitome of white privilege.
They were laundering money, and he had all of his friends coming forward to help him out.
Larry Connors, weeknights at 6 on News Talk STL.
News, analysis, opinion.
68% of black voters saying that they're ready to vote for Joe Biden.
This is 1019 and 94.1.
Hispanic men favoring Trump over Biden. That's a real problem for the Biden campaign.
News Talk STL.
Bill O'Reilly here. Check out the O'Reilly Update this afternoon at 3:45. Right now, it's back to Mike Ferguson in the morning on News Talk STL.
Here's a word you may not be familiar with. Oikophobia. I hope I've said that correctly. It is defined, I've read, as an abnormal fear or hatred of one's own home or household. Are we seeing any of that in our culture these days? Yeah, I think we are. But here's the question. How is that connected to some of the crime, law breaking, and even embracing of values that are anti-American and literally hate who and what we have here in the country? All right, I'm Mike Ferguson. I'm now joined by Dr. Curry Myers. He's been referred to as America's criminologist, and he actually wrote an interesting article. I found it on your Substack, Curry, so great to chat with you again. First of all, I don't know if I said oikophobia correctly or not, but either way, when we talk about the fear or hatred of one's own home or household, kind of give us a framework for what that entails and why it's so unusual.
Yes, pleasure to be on, and I pronounce it the same way. So as far as between you and I think you're correct. But yeah, it's interesting. When I wrote this Substack article, I was looking at what appears to be another social contagion that's going on, and that is oikophobia. And it's not only about one's home or a disdain for one's home or family, but it also stems from a deep-seated dissatisfaction, if you will, or rejection of one's own cultural heritage or national identity. And I think this is where it serves a primer, if you will, for the discussion. it's the antithesis of xenophobia. And those afflicted by this phobia may fear their own society and consider it to be backwards, oppressive, even morally inferior compared to other cultures. And it really, if you think of it, it's one's own cultural roots, and it embraces kind of a cosmopolitan idea, that kind of European idea that you can be macro-cultural in many ways. So cultural relativism plays a big role here, and it's a disdain for national symbols and traditions. And I think what we're seeing now, especially with the riots on college campuses that are in support of Hamas, are being done mainly by American citizens. There's certainly some citizens that are in this country on work and college visas, and there's also people that are involved in this illegally. But a lot of this is being run by citizens of the United States that I believe are suffering from that okophobia.
Now, you're a retired sheriff, Curry, just so people know. So I know you're not excusing the illegal behavior, the criminal behavior. And there are people, listen, you've got a right to say gross things if you want in this country. You've got a right to say anti-American things in this country. But that's not what we're seeing, like you just referenced. We're seeing violence. We're seeing harassment. We're seeing assault. We're seeing all sorts of things that are criminal behavior. So I know that you're given a reason, but you're not excusing it away. So how do we get a handle on this social contagion? I think it's a really good way to put it. A handle on this in order to have the exchange of ideas we should have without the violation of people's rights and violence and criminality that we're seeing right now.
Right, exactly. And just because someone has a phobia doesn't mean that it's that there's not criminal intent or doesn't lead to criminality in some way. So as a former law enforcement officer myself, and I'm an applied criminologist, so I not only look at theory, but I look at how to solve something from the use of crime. But one of the biggest issues is if you have this phobia, you engage in antisocial and delinquent conduct, and this is what we're seeing. So this forms violence, vandalism, and other forms of crime. And I have a book coming out next week, called The Advent of Feral Man. And in that, I discuss the manifestation of this social contagion as a result of having a lack of family, faith, and formation in one's lives. These three things, in my opinion, play a core reason why society is it is today. From a family point of view, we have a breakdown in the traditional family unit. Fatherlessness is at an all-time high in America. It is in the world, but it is in America especially. We have incredibly high divorce rates. From a faith point of view, religion and the impact of religion does not have a significant impact, unfortunately, anymore in America. That affects family and traditions. Serving something greater than yourself used to be, in my opinion, was an American mantra. It's something we all stood for, is that we not only wanted to do well individually, but we wanted to serve something greater than ourselves in the ultimate picture. And then finally, if you have a breakdown of family and faith, how are you going to be formed as a young human and grow into an adult that can exist in a society with those norms and traditions and values that demonstrate what America is? Because America is a unique country. And this plays a vital role in understanding Americanism. And if you aren't formed correctly and at the base level within your family, and schools have changed so significantly that you no longer get formed correctly in schools. You don't get the basic education. You aren't taught civics anymore. And all of those things play into no longer America now is just another country with open borders. And it ends up forming chaos in the end.
The article is called Oikophobia and Its Detrimental Impact on American Society, Crime, and Culture. And it's a Dr. Curry Myers Substack, which we'll give that online location out here in a second. Okay, so in our homes, Curry, how do we prevent this from happening to the future generations in our homes or in our communities? Because when it comes to the social contagion, we can't stop it individually, but we can help not contribute to it.
Well, like in all things, crime and the mitigation of crime starts in your home. And it's how you form your children. It's how you lead as an adult. As a father, for instance, it's how you lead as a father, how you demonstrate leadership to your family and to your children. It's being there to understand what their problems are, listen to them, but also give discipline and structure. Without discipline and structure, then we really don't have a guideline on how to behave and to understand how people can coexist together. So it starts in the home, and families, from a religious point of view, they need to start getting back to the beliefs that were founded by this country. There's nothing more important than praying together. There's nothing more important than going to service together. I happen to be Catholic, so going to Mass together as a family, to remember that we serve something greater than ourselves, and bring that back into the home life, so you understand the importance and connection to one's own personal religion. And then be a teacher, be an educator in your own family. Don't leave that up to teachers in the public schools. Don't leave that up to professors at college. I'm a professor at a college in the criminology department. I'm here to help form students as they come into society and teach them about criminology. But I'm also going to help them discover right from wrong. And because not everything's right. We have a tendency to be way too much feelings-based, and the structure of no longer being feelings-based and actually saying this is right, this is wrong, and setting those boundaries and guardrails in place is extremely important. It's not too late, but I am concerned because the commitment from parents has to be number one. And I'm not talking about enabling. We do way too much enabling as parents. What I'm talking about is giving structure, giving discipline, and giving love. And if we can do that, we can climb the highest mountains in the world.
So, Curry, then how do we differentiate between a young person growing up and saying, I'm going to be my own person, as opposed to somebody who embraces a hatred of where they come from? Is there a difference in there?
Well, I think there is. I think one's own identity is extremely important, but that's again fostered in the home life. Parenting starts at when the birth occurs. It's just as important to form children at the ages of 1 and 2 and give structure and discipline, because if you're not doing it then, it's very difficult to introduce structure and discipline in their teenage years. That's when you can't do it. The cow's already left the barn, if you will, on situations like that. So you want to have your children have their own identity. You want them to achieve greatness, and you want them to do what they want to do from a professional point of view, because we all have different gifts that have been given to us by God, and they're all different. But at the same time, it's important to have structure, it's important to have discipline, and it's important to have love. And if you have those three things, those very important pillars in the development of a child, and again, I'm not a psychologist, I'm a criminologist, but these things have an impact on crime. And if you look at crime in general, the main causal reasons for crime is a lack of faith, family, and formation. And it starts the person down a road that they can't get out of, and it spirals out of control into criminality. And that's the main issue that we have in today's culture.
All right, and Curry, where do we find your article, your work, social media? Obviously, you're on Substack, but people want to get in touch and follow it. They do it how?
Substack is drcurrymyers.substack.com. Curry is Currie, Myers is Myers. I'm also on X at Dr. Curry Myers. If you just Google Dr. Curry Myers, you see interviews. I do a posting at least once a week, or perspectives or op-eds on Substack, and I have a weekly podcast as well. So please check that out, and also join me on X.
All right, Dr. Curry Myers, thanks so much. Really appreciate the perspective. I think a lot of people are going to get a lot out of it.
You bet. Stay safe. Thank you.
All right, what do you think? I mean, you've got the guy referred to as America's criminologist are saying, hey, faith and family make a huge difference in mitigating crime, and it's how we end up with these. I love the fact that he put it as a social contagion that we're seeing on all of these college campuses and other areas as well. I think that's spot on. What do you think? 314-912-1019. This is 1019-941 News Talk STL.
News, analysis, opinion. Mike Ferguson in the morning.
I think we should be able to have a civil conversation.
The news and talk that matters to St. Louis.
This conversation has completely made me crazy.
This is complete insanity.
News Talk STL.
Springtime in St. Louis means one thing. That's right. Golf is back, baby. Whether you're a beginner or a scratch golfer, you're sure to enjoy your golf experience at Sugar Creek Golf Course. Sugar Creek is a scenic and challenging course and well suited to golfers of all abilities. Located in High Ridge, just 10 minutes from 270 and Gravois. At Sugar Creek Golf Course, our courteous and professional staff has one goal: to make sure your golf experience is enjoyable. To book your tee time or to learn more about the special event and banquet facilities, simply visit sugarcreekgolfcourse.com.
News Talk STL is proud to have Doug Voss as part of our lineup every week. Doug has been a staple on St. Louis radio for many years as one of the leading financial experts in the area. You can hear Doug and Safe Money Radio 3 times every weekend on News Talk STL. And in case you miss anything, you can check it all out at DougVossSafeMoneyRadio.com. What else do our listeners need to know, Doug?
Simply put, I focus on helping pre-retirees and retirees build, preserve, and protect retirement assets, and I've been helping my clients solve their insurance and financial needs for the past 33 years. I also strive to educate my clients on how to prepare for retirement, minimize the impact of market volatility on their assets, and deal with the challenges of increased longevity. Call me today at 844-676-SAFE. That's 844-676-7233.
Doug Voss is a registered representative. Securities offered through DHL Securities, LLLP, member FINRA and SIPC.
This hour of Mike Ferguson in the morning is brought to you by Stifel. Request a portfolio review from your Stifel financial advisor at stifel.com. That's STIFEL.com.
Hi, this is Kira Davis, and you're listening to Mike Ferguson in the morning on News Talk STL.
Don't get angry with me. I never caused you no pain.
The Morning News Dump.
Are you joking? Is this a joke?
Listen, folks. The Morning News Dump.
All right, storms have moved through the area, but keep us updated because we still have the possibility of flooding in some areas. Basically, the worst of the storms are through the St. Louis metro at this point. We're still in a severe weather watch, even a tornado watch for about another hour, so we'll keep you updated on that. When you support and encourage evil, you still get what? Evil.
And more of it.
Yeah. And also Kimberly Gardner, terrible at serving the public, but apparently she's very good at hide and seek.
Hide and seek champion 2024.
That's right.
Kim, are you behind the couch? Where are you? Are you behind the curtains?
650. No, Soros is behind the curtains. 650. That's Gabe. That's Del.
Funny because it's true.
Mike. That's right. I know. Painfully true. Good Lord. All right. Israel launches their military operation into the city of Rafah to take out Hamas forces. And it's interesting. Did you notice that right before they pulled the trigger, proverbially and literally, on the military operation in Rafah, Hamas suddenly goes, hey, we'll agree to a ceasefire. That was brokered by a couple of Islamic countries like Egypt and some others. And Israel's like, yeah, that's not the kind of ceasefire we're looking for. So they said no, and the whole world was like, Israel refuses the offer of a peace plan. You know, it's just completely ridiculous. Senator Tim Scott out of South Carolina was on Hannity last night saying the U.S. just needs to step up and let Israel do what it's doing, and he's fully supportive of them going into Rafah.
Thank God for the coalition government in Israel that's going forward in Rafah to finish Hamas so that they can clean the sweep, clean clean the slate, and get back to functioning in the Middle East.
The Biden administration is still demanding a ceasefire. Basically, they're telling Israel to stand down, Gabe. And also, I also want to point out that this marks over a month since Israel first said, we're going into Rafah. Mm-hmm. So if they say they're slaughtering civilians, they gave over a month's notice before they went. They told their enemy, we're coming after you here.
Everybody knows.
They told civilians to get out. They've given every opportunity for civilians to get out. So if there are civilians still there, it's because they either chose to be or Hamas won't let them out.
Right.
Hamas once again hiding behind them as shields.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's kind of standard operating procedure for Hamas. And Israel again has gone through extraordinary measures in warfare. There is no case in history of that I can remember of successful military campaigns where you're constantly telling the enemy what you're going to do and where you're going.
Right, exactly. All right, remember that investigation into Kimberly Gardner and how she, mishandled the circuit attorney's office, both the attorney general and now the state auditor. That's still going on. And the state auditor has been trying to wrap up that project, wrap up that audit, that investigation for a long time. The problem is they can't actually find Kimberly Gardner.
Kim Gardner knows we are trying to finish the audit. She knows there are questions that only she can answer.
They have literally tried to serve her with subpoenas to compel her to testify. They literally do not know where she is. She has avoided all contact. We don't even know if she's still in St. Louis. She's either hightailed it out of town or she's just changed address or she's not at her normal. It's really weird that they cannot find her at all.
She's on the lam, as they say.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, because my guess is there's politically speaking, especially in an election year. I mean, let's be honest. The Republicans have something to gain by getting her to testify. I mean, it's the right thing to do to wrap this up because the city of St. Louis definitely is owed answers, but they're not just press releasing this in.
Yeah.
They're actually looking for her.
Yeah, I'm really curious how this whole thing's going to play out.
Did you hear that promo a little bit ago for Katie and Colombo? And they were saying that, hey, how is it even possible that the presidential race is neck and neck?
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of people say, well, look at the polls. How could this possibly be? Listen, one of the reasons is young voters.
Yeah.
Okay. They broke hard for the Democrats in the last two election cycles. They've always favored Democrats, but they broke hard. And President Biden now, with you including his work to reclassify marijuana, which actually is the right thing to do, but the way that they're doing that is the latest election year move to attract young voters.
Hoping to appeal to younger voters, the president has embraced a series of policies ranging from free community college to abortion access to student loan forgiveness. His latest move is a proposal to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug. The Biden campaign is fighting to hold together the coalition that sent him to the White House in 2020. But he's facing stiff opposition from many younger Americans when it comes to his handling of Israel's war against Hamas. Greg Clugston, the White House.
And I've been warning, I've got so many of my friends who are just look at me like I have three eyeballs.
Mm-hmm.
When I tell them, I'm like, you think this thing is over and there's no way Trump loses. I am telling you, it is possible. Because you're not looking at this. Don't look at these poll numbers. They don't tell you anything right now. In 2022 in particular, and in 2020, the young vote, those under 30s, maybe even under 35, broke hard to the Democrats. Hard. And a lot of it has to do with these issues as far as like marijuana. Abortion in particular was a big one.
Mm-hmm.
And so don't think for a minute that this one's in the bag for the right.
Oh yeah, no. Chris and I were talking about that yesterday, and yeah, there's still a lot of uncertainty as going into this election. Neck and neck is exactly where it is, and I think you're right. There are so many reasons why that is, and one of those is because of young people breaking hard for Democrats, even more so than in the past.
And of course, they're trying to still sell the economy. White House touting its economic achievements.
Wait a minute, that's an oxymoron.
It's like, I'm waiting for the punchline, Mike.
I'm just going to let that hang there for a minute.
Economic achievements.
Yeah, this is with the news copy right here. The White House touting its economic achievements ahead of November's presidential election. Vice President Harris gave a speech in Detroit yesterday trying to make the case for how great they've been for the economy.
Over the past 3 years, the president and I have invested now trillions of dollars in America's infrastructure, in clean energy and a clean energy economy, in manufacturing, and in supply chains.
The president and I have invested trillions of dollars. Like she whipped out her American Express. What?
Look what I did. I've invested trillions of dollars. I mean, your dollars, or actually fake dollars that we just printed.
And borrowed.
and devalued your currency. Yeah. I don't understand the use of Kamala Harris to do this, except that I guess they just needed to give her something to do.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's not like she's busy with the border. All right, much of the metro is still under a severe weather watch, particularly a tornado watch until 8 o'clock this morning, so about another hour. But the bulk of the main storms have already moved through the metro. They're off into southern Illinois at this point. Sports. Cardinals played a baseball game yesterday. It sucked. They're going to play another baseball game today. Hopefully it doesn't suck. They're playing against the Mets for those who still care.
When it's important to you,
I have it on all day at work.
it's on News Talk STL.
What is your message to Iran in this moment?
The world's leading terror sponsor launching its first direct military assault against Israel.
The administration has lost their capability to deter Iran.
News, analysis, opinion.
Trump faces 34 felony counts of falsifying business records.
Number one for live and local conservative talk.
Election interference, everybody knows it.
101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL.
Never paint again. This is Darren, owner of Rhino Shield. Want to eliminate painting your home, business, or church? Call the experts at Rhino Shield. Rhino Shield is a revolutionary ceramic wall coating to regular paint and vinyl. Perfect for aluminum, steel, unpainted brick, block, stucco, ephes, drive-it, cement board, and wood sidings. Rhino Shield eliminates wasting time and money painting year after year. Our ceramic coating deflects 90% of the sun's UV rays and 100% of the moisture. Our clients want affordable protection with the elimination of maintenance. Rhino Shield protects your biggest investment while maintaining your architectural features and gives you the curb appeal you deserve. Make your home great again by working with the Rhino Shield experts. A+ rated with the BBB. Call 877-25-RHINO, 877-25-RHINO, or 877-25rhino.com. See what we did there? Genius. Tell them, ladies.
Go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
1949, the last time a Republican held the top post in St. Louis City. A gallon of milk was 84 cents, and streetcars ran down Grand Avenue. The city was booming. Unfortunately, St. Louis city streets are no longer the epicenter of family and business life. In the 80 years of Democrat control, our city has been on a steady decline. St. Louis City Republicans believe it is our duty to provide a different path forward. Learn more at stlouisrepublicans.com.
Paid for by St. Louis City Republican PAC Curtis Farber Treasurer.
KLGY HD3 Clayton, K270BW Bellefontaine, KNBS Bowling Green. This is News Talk STL at 101.9, 94.1, and always streaming at newstalkstl.com.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. It may not be an all-out military offensive, but Israel has been hitting Hamas targets in Rafah and the southern Gaza Strip. The Jewish state acted after rejecting a ceasefire proposal that it says failed to satisfy its core demands. Northern Oklahoma has been slammed by powerful storms. Storm Prediction Center forecaster Roger Edwards says multiple tornadoes touched down last night.
Parts of Osage and Washington counties in Oklahoma may have gotten hit fairly hard. Barnstall, in particular, is a town southwest of Bartlesville that got hit.
And where at least one death has been reported, crews now searching through the rubble of homes and businesses looking for anyone who might be trapped. Forecasters warn the severe weather threat is not over. It could persist through the week. Sworn in for another term, Vladimir Putin begins his fifth term as Russia's president. In office almost 25 years, he's the longest-serving Kremlin leader since Stalin. An English language tutor is one of the latest Americans to be arrested in Russia.
An American man has been sentenced to 10 days in jail for apparently breaking into a Russian children's library. News reports have said that William Nysom was arrested in Moscow on hooliganism charges. Nysom was found in the library intoxicated after breaking a window to gain entry. He was in Russia on a 6-month tourist visa, staying with acquaintances and working as an English instructor, according to the reports. The arrest comes at a time of heightened tension between Russia and the US, centering on the war in Ukraine. I'm Karen Shamas.
Also detained in Russia, U.S. Army Staff Sergeant Gordon Black. He's charged with criminal misconduct for allegedly stealing from a woman he had been visiting. An especially perilous time to be an American in Russia. Watching Wall Street, Dow futures 15 points higher. NASDAQ futures down 38 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Relief Factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. Relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
From the Michaels Flooring Outlet Weather Center.
The threat of morning severe weather is done now at this point. In the wake of those storms, we'll go partly cloudy this afternoon. Getting pretty warm, too, up to about 84. An isolated storm possible after about 1 or 2 p.m., but really limited coverage. We're mostly clear and dry overnight tonight, down to about 62. Wednesday, right back into a chance of storms. Strong to severe storms possible in a couple of rounds from late morning into the evening. 83 for the high temperature. That's your forecast. I'm First Alert meteorologist Matt Chambers.
This hour of News Talk STL brought to you by Senior Memorial. Give Benjamin Schaefer a call at 314-866-8886 or visit memorialplans.com. Senior Memorial Heritage Protection.
Mike Ferguson here. Retirement should be a time you can relax. No more stress from work. But there's one thing you can't forget about when retiring. That's your money. Do you have enough saved to fund your income for life and keep up with inflation? How will you claim your Social Security benefits? And what about long-term care? The ClearPath Wealth Management Group at Stifel is here to help answer all of these questions. You can hear their latest views on the markets and investing during On the Money, hosted by Stifel financial advisors Bob Stockdale and Eric Robert every Saturday morning at 9 right here on News Talk STL. They can help you get organized, guide you through critical retirement decisions, and create an investment portfolio designed around your needs. To schedule your free retirement plan consultation, go to clearpathinvesting.com. That's clearpathinvesting.com or call 636-695-2650, 636-695-2650. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This hour of Mike Ferguson in the Morning brought to you by Window World. Simply the best for less. 314-993-1800 or visit windowworld.com. Mike Ferguson.
You play ball like a girl!
Gabe Pfeiffer.
I triple dog dare you!
Get up! Get up! Can't you hear the alarm?
Get up, St. Louis.
So it's time to get out of bed. Pour yourself the greatest cup of Kofifi the world has ever seen. Rise up with one voice, drain the swamp, and take back our country. Today's the day we're going to do it, and it's time to do it right now, believe me.
Mike Ferguson in the Morning on News Talk STL.
Get up! Get up! This is your cousin Rob.
Okay, so what happens if we do not safeguard the state's constitution? I mean, we could lose more than just Missouri's pro-life laws.
Yeah.
I want to sound the red alarm on this. I mean, I think when the legislative session started and we predicted accurately what was going to happen as far as the dysfunction on there, but initiative petition reform kind of became a tribal thing between the establishment and the Freedom Caucus. This isn't about the Freedom Caucus. This isn't about the establishment. This isn't about the Republicans. This isn't about the Democrats. This is about who and what Missouri is going to be as a state. And right now, the Republicans are the ones holding it up because Democrats don't want it, but they're meaningless in all of this. So let's get to that in a minute. This is critical time here. I mean, it really is. By the way, speaking of all of this, Republicans, MAGA supporters and members, many conservatives, because all three of those groups are not necessarily the same thing, although you could be all three of those. They're basically almost at war with each other right now. So what's your take on the calls for, peace and unity and such? I suspect you talked a little bit about this with Chris yesterday.
Just a little
which
bit.
I really appreciate Chris Arps filling in for me while I'm still driving back from Chicago. So let's get into this a little more at 7:20. The social media wars are just absolutely, it would be amusing if it weren't reflective of something so dangerous right now.
Yeah.
So we'll get to that just a little bit. Quick note here. We've got the bulk of the heavy storms have moved through the St. Louis area. We're still under a watch, basically a tornado watch in the St. Louis area, but I'll be surprised if anything at this point happens.
Yeah.
But the heavy storms are all into southern Illinois at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Beware of flooding, though. The sun is coming up at this point. Sometimes it takes a little bit for the flooding to actually happen based on the water going into the system and all that kind of stuff. So be extra careful, especially if there are areas where you know that there have been floods before. It's possible that could happen again. I don't think it's going to be to the level that we've had, last year and some of those disastrous ones, but just beware out there. By the way, real quick here, before we get into the serious stuff, you ever look at those Facebook memories?
Oh, gosh, yeah.
I'm looking at my personal one. I don't know what happened. It was 14 years ago, so 2010. I don't remember what happened, but I just posted in 2010. I said, nowhere there's some darn tootin' good people watching. Golden Corral on Friday night. That's where. So May 7th of 2010, I guess, was Friday.
Good people watching.
I don't know what I saw at Golden Corral, but it must have been really, really entertaining out there. I'm just saying. Oh, man.
Now it'll be Cracker Barrel. But
oh, yeah.
Sure.
Yep, that'll do it.
I was at, actually, Rachel and I was stopped at a Cracker Barrel up going to Chicago Friday after the show because we spent the weekend in there. And my wife is now, of course, she's an academic and she had to do the graduation ceremonies. And she and her sons are getting ready to fly to Europe and she's going to be gone for a few weeks. And so it's like, well, if I don't go with her that weekend, I'm not going to see her for weeks. And my brother, who lives in the Chicago area, in Naperville, he's getting ready to move next week to New Hampshire.
Right.
And God knows when I'm going to see them again. So I'm like, this is really the last chance to see everybody. So that's why I was gone on Monday. I was driving back from Chicago. So again, appreciate Chris filling in for me here. Okay, let me get into this situation.
I'm just disappointed you didn't come back with pizzas, but that's just me.
It's funny because you texted me a couple places. There was the ice cream place.
Oh, the ice cream places, yeah.
Peterson's, which was very close to our Airbnb. We drove by that. We're like, we thought of you every time. And then what was the deep dish place? It started with a G.
Oh, the deep dish is Giordano's.
Giordano's, yeah, which is like right next to that Peterson's place.
Oh, really?
Or just like down a block or something like that. So yeah, because we went by there too. We didn't do it.
That's right.
I'm trying to be in good shape, but yeah, we were real tempted with the pizza one. We chose to eat, other stuff, but yeah, it was all right there. I mean,
Giordano's has a very wide menu, by the way. They have great soup, a great minestrone soup, and their cheese garlic bread is great, and so are their salads. So next time you go up,
I'll try that then. Yeah,
you might like them.
We did go to a diner called George's right there on South Oak Park Avenue. It was like. I asked the guy at the register, I'm like, how long has this been here? He's like, since 1960, whatever.
Oh, wow.
I'm pretty sure our waitress has been there since 1960, whatever, as well.
I wonder if it was Greek. I wouldn't be surprised.
Maybe.
George.
Yeah.
George is a common Greek name.
It was just a diner, just a regular old diner. They, they probably go to like Sam's or Costco to buy all the food that they cook up and all the eggs. It was just a plain old diner. It was great. Give me one of those any day. Okay, let's go here to the Missouri stuff over in initiative petition form. In some way, I understand the dynamics, and we're going to talk to Senator Bill Eigel in about 1 hour. He's going to be with us. I understand the dynamics of the politics.
Sure.
Tim Jones has explained that very well to us. I'm sure Chris was touching on that yesterday. We'll talk to Bill in a little bit here. But I'm dumbfounded by the resistance by Republicans to move the initiative petition thing forward. So just to reset all this, because this entire conversation has become one about Freedom Caucus versus establishment, the personalities, Caleb Rowden, Cindy O'Loughlin, Bill Eigel, whoever else, Doug Ritchie, you name them. Jill Carter now, since she left Freedom Caucus, and all of this. And so it's become a personal battle with everybody. But those who are elected into the legislature, they've got to understand what's at stake here. Yes, right now we have the abortion initiative petition that's going to be on the ballot.
Yeah.
Okay, we were hearing that they had 175,000 or so signatures on this. They had 380.
Oh my gosh.
This is going on the ballot.
Yeah.
And there is if you were to place a bet on whether or not every one of our pro-life laws are going to be overturned and abortion is going to become legal and protected in the state constitution, as it stands right now, that thing can pass in conservative Missouri.
It's entirely possible.
Now, there's some dynamics there. We have some things. And, it's funny when you see so many on the left, it's like, let people decide. We're a democracy.
Mm-hmm. Sure. No.
Except we're not.
Except we're not.
But this goes back to the point of why won't the Republicans protect our state constitution? I want to remind everybody that the initiative petition reform does not take away anybody's right to put a referendum on the ballot.
Right.
There are two levels of referendum and initiative. Two. One is just a state statute. You can put a proposed law or a modification or even the elimination of a law, of a statute on the ballot, and 50% plus one changes whatever the voters decide.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing of that sort changes.
Right.
With this. Nothing. But what does change is that it raises the bar and you have a higher standard to alter the state constitution. And what's being proposed is literally modeled loosely after the process in our U.S. Constitution for amendments.
Right.
So what happens right now is if you have enough money, you go get the signatures, you buy a campaign, you can win an amendment and buy an amendment to the state constitution. There should be more of a consensus than 50% plus one.
Absolutely. I don't see why that would be at all controversial to any thinking person who's understands United States governance, that as it has been set up since day one. It seems just it seemed weird to me to begin with that it was so easy to change our state constitution. I like that.
Right.
Just when I found out about the way the initiative petition process works for the Constitution, I was like, wait, that's 50% plus one of the popular? What?
Yeah.
Why is that the threshold? Shouldn't it be higher than that?
Right. And here's the thing is a lot of people are saying, well, Republicans they just want to get around to IP reform. They want to make it harder to change the state constitution because the leftist things are winning. Yes. That's correct.
Yes. Because the thing is, leftists are really good at fooling large groups of people into doing things for them. That's kind of their modus operandi. That's how their movement is built. So, but the Republican form of government is specifically designed to prevent the tyranny of the masses that we see used by leftists to get their things accomplished all over the place.
And it's still saying you can change the state constitution with a vote, but it has to be more of a consensus because you're talking about a permanent change.
Right.
Okay. So here's what's at stake. Right now, yes, it's abortion. What's on the ballot? And what we are eventually going to vote on, I don't know if it's going to be August or November, but would make Missouri's abortion laws basically as radical left-wing as California's or Illinois'. It really is that bad.
Goodness.
Also, we know that gun control groups are watching this very, very closely. They were among those who were donating to get this, to fight the initiative petition reform because they want to put gun control on the ballot. Ranked choice voting wants to go on the ballot. All of these things, they're waiting for Republicans to not do their job. Now, the Freedom Caucus, we're told, had a deal. They ended their filibuster when they were promised that initiative petition reform was going to move. Well, what happened yesterday? The state Senate goes in to session, and then it's adjourned immediately. They're not doing anything. And they have a state constitutional deadline to finish the budget this week. So it's really easy for the establishment to say, we've got a state constitutional deadline. We can't deal with your initiative petition reform. We'll get to that on the last day when anybody can filibuster and try to stop it before the clock runs out.
This should have been the number one thing to happen in the state legislature. You know, we saw this coming ages ago. Actually, IP reform has been put to the back burner for the previous 2 sessions. Seven. Oh my gosh. 7 sessions we've been going back and forth over this garbage.
This isn't over 1 or 2 election cycles.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So it's worse than I thought.
Yes. This is literally saying the purpose of a state constitution is to be the roadmap, is to be the guardrails for the state government, telling the state government what you can and cannot do. And what's happened is special interest groups, sometimes on the right, but more than not on the left, have figured out we can't get anything done because Missouri voters won't elect enough Democratic leftist lawmakers. So we're just going to go over the voters. We're going to go over the elected officials, and then we're going to do the en masse thing. I mean, you saw that with Clean Missouri, which we had to go back to the voters and fix. But what you have right now is whether or not Missouri is going to what it's going to be in the future, and it's in a very, very dangerous place. And the battles over the egos within the Republican Party are one of the reasons that we could lose that. It really is that bad. So let's talk about the unification discussion. There's a fight over that right now.
Yeah.
You're a rhino. No, you're a rhino.
Everybody's a rhino.
You're a George Soros plant. No, you're a George Soros plant. I mean, this is where we're at. Let's talk about that around 7:21 here.
You blow us all away. You wanna do that now? Get up, can't you hear the alarm?
Watch us on our live stream using Rumble, Facebook, and Twitter. Get up. It's Mike Ferguson in the morning.
On the next Larry Connors USA.
Every day I'm drinking from a fire hose, but we've got control of it. Join us tonight.
Larry Connors USA.
Now, weeknights 6 until 8.
On News Talk STL.
On Saturday, May 18th, the Cards host the Boston Red Sox, and that day, 25,000 fans ages 16 and older will take home a mystery nickname jersey courtesy of Maryville University. Throughout the seasons, players with unique nicknames have left their mark like Pags, Carp, and the most recent Newt. The Cardinals are excited to honor these players with this fun mystery jersey giveaway. That's Saturday, May 18th. Get your tickets at cardinals.com/promotions.
The Cardinals wrap up their weekend series with the Boston Red Sox Sunday, May 19th. 25,000 fans ages 16 and older will take home a 200-piece puzzle commemorating Adam Wainwright's 200 career wins. 1 puzzle piece for each win. That's not all. 10,000 kids 15 and younger entering with a ticket will also receive their own pair of Cardinals sunglasses courtesy of the Pasta House. That's Sunday, May 19th. Get your tickets at cardinals.com/promotions.
This is Adam Wainwright, St. Louis Cardinals for the Lou.
Old man winter in the rearview mirror. Warmer weather here. Time to call Hanson's Tree Service. 636-379-1830. 24/7 at hansonstree.com. This is the perfect time to spruce up and beautify your landscape beds. When you purchase organic mulch in bulk from Hanson's, you save on price, time, and incredibly convenient. Tons of commercial and residential tree care services as well. Grinding and land clearing, plant health care, and more. 636-379-1830. hansonstree.com. hansonstree.com.
The tides are changing.
St. Louis's new choice for conservative talk.
The Democratic Party doesn't stand with what I stand for.
News Talk STL.
Hi, it's Randy Tobler here. Pour a big cup of coffee and catch my show every Saturday morning from 6 to 9. Right now, it's back to Mike Ferguson in the morning here on News Talk STL.
This one goes out to the one I love.
We started quite the discussion on Rumble, guys.
Oh, yeah?
What the difference between a diner and a restaurant?
Oh.
Because I mentioned we went to this diner.
Yeah.
Ed asked, he goes, what's the difference between a diner and a restaurant? My answer was the amount of grease.
We're not talking the country.
No. And Jay Monty and some others are like, no, there's some differences, which is true, he's right, But
what is it, like the presence of a counter?
Simple, that could be one, but also the simplicity of the menu, no frills, kind of stuff here.
Much more intimate atmosphere. Diners usually smaller than a restaurant.
Yeah,
I always assumed it was just the counter.
Counter's perfectly valid. Yeah. No, you're right.
Because when I think about it, it's like I've never been to a restaurant that has a counter. They have a bar, and you can eat at the bar, but they don't have a counter.
And both probably have booths.
This was a booth.
Yeah, both have booths and tables. Yeah, so that's...
give me a diner any day. It's like, give me a diner over a fancy restaurant any day. Give me a dive bar over a, what do you call martini lounge?
Oh, yeah.
Give me a place like that over any of those. Just where real people are.
Wine bar.
I'll give you one classic one, one that you guys would know, especially you, Mike, the Head East album, Flat as a Pancake.
Yeah.
The cover was shot at Overland Diner in Overland.
I didn't know that.
On Olive. So it used to be called a different name. I honestly can't remember what it used to be. I think now it's called Overland Diner. Same place.
No kidding.
Still very much a 60s, 70s feel to it when you go in there. And that's where they photographed the band for that album, Flat as a Pancake.
Okay, is Chris's a restaurant or a diner?
Chris's Pancake House?
Yeah. Is that a restaurant or is that a diner?
I would consider it a restaurant.
What do you think, Gabe?
I'm not sure I've ever been there.
On the south side?
I don't think I've ever been there.
Okay.
What did you say?
It's kind of like...
what did you say to me?
It's a little bit like Uncle Bill's.
Mike got real serious there.
You only lived here how long?
20 years.
It's kind of far away,
It's only
though.
been 20 years. There's still places I need to go.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't been to everywhere on the hill yet.
Okay.
But it's like Uncle Bill's.
Okay.
Yeah, that was going to be my next one. What's Uncle Bill's?
Restaurant.
Yeah. I mean, the courtesy is obviously a diner.
Yes. Courtesy is.
Does it have a counter?
Yes.
Yes.
That's a diner.
All right. How about this? All right. The left circles the wagon, the right circles the firing squad.
Oh, gosh.
Fair to say?
Why is that so accurate?
Yeah. Is this what's happening in Missouri right now? Spoiler, yes. By the way, I love these promos I mentioned that we're airing right now. It says if you have a phone, you have a radio. That's the future, everybody. Thank you, everybody who's listening on 101.9 and 94.1. We're always going to be there, but more and more people are just downloading our app, taking us wherever you want to go, Bluetooth connection with us, or on your newer cars, just put the app in. So look up News Talk STL app. Obviously, completely free, very little memory usage, and we've got that thing up and running really fast.
I mean, we go with you everywhere, and we're cheap.
Yeah,
it doesn't
absolutely.
cost much to have us.
Yeah, no question.
We'll go to any diner you'd like.
Anyone you want.
I'll beat you.
Anyone you want. Anyone you want.
Yeah, order me up some bacon.
Yeah. Okay, the fallout from the Missouri GOP convention in Springfield, which I know that Chris and you guys talked about yesterday when I was gone.
Yeah, a little bit.
Because that was supposed to be kind of a procedural thing, and it turned into kind of a knockdown dragout.
Yeah, I remember we talked to Chris, and he was like, yeah, it'll be like watching paint dry.
Yeah, nothing.
Don't worry about it.
Happen. Yeah. So then when you look at, and I've got to caution you, don't look at the stupidity on Twitter or X as representative of everything, but
Right.
it is somewhat representative, okay?
Yeah.
So the fight over, you're a rhino. No, you're a rhino.
Mm-hmm.
It's now a fight over whether those in the different factions on the right should now show grace. I saw one person say we should show grace. Others are saying we need to be unified. It's an election year. And that has even led to, massive brawls because you've got everybody also fighting over who's actually grassroots and who's not.
Oh, gosh, yes.
You see that? No, we're grassroots. No, the grassroots won. No, the grassroots lost. Okay, so basically, you couldn't come up with a more dysfunctional Missouri Republican Party activism base right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really wild right now. It feels weird. It feels like we're... How do you say this? We're the allies, and we're about to invade Normandy, but we're so busy fighting each other, we never get onto the beach. You know what I mean? That's really how it feels. Now I know that's a very hyperbolic.
I get what you're saying.
It's a very hyperbolic example there, but we're we're trying to make a major move against what seems to be a very ascendant left right now. You know, the Democrats seem to have a lot of control. They have a lot of it. They have a whole bunch of institutions, and we're trying to not only take back portions of the government, but our culture at the same time. And all of the people who are supposed to be on our side are too busy with purity tests against each other,
right?
And they're wanting to crucify one another, and you know, it's like, why are we spending our time and energy doing this?
I think you've got two sets of purity tests. I'm glad you brought that up. And then you've got the pragmatic. So you've got the purity test, as in there are the conservatives.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know, people who are the conservatives who, you know, have
mainline ideological stuff.
I mean, we are trying to conserve you know, our constitutionally limited government. We are trying to, you know, they've go back to the, you know, the different conservative thinkers over generations, and they're reliant on the you know, these old conservative principles. And I say old, I mean like traditional conservative principles.
Yeah.
And they don't really, and if the Republican Party runs afoul of it, or if any particular fad runs afoul of it, we're going to say, no, what's important is the conservative aspect of this.
That's the faction I kind of consider myself a
part of.
That's
what I would consider myself
at least ideologically.
Yes.
You know, functionally, it feels weird right now.
And I'm just going to say this right now, and if you agree or disagree, feel free to discuss it with me. I'm not trying to pick a fight, but I'm just saying this is me calling the balls and strikes. There's the other purity test with the MAGA movement.
Yeah.
Which is not especially conservative nationwide, a little more conservative in Missouri. But they've got the purity test there as far as your, you know, support and devotion to Donald Trump, and you know, whether or not you're going to be on board with that, and whether or not you're ready to go to war with the establishment. Okay, then you've got the establishment that both sides should be working to defeat.
Right.
You know, your Caleb Rowdens of the world and those, they absolutely must be defeated.
Yes. And those, I think, are the legit rhinos.
Right.
You know, they have the R, but their voting record is so often littered with Democrat support, essentially, that you're just like, wait a second, are you even on our team?
They're now the cool kid in the politics, and so they've gotten a taste of the money, they've gotten a taste of all the yes men, they've gotten the taste of the cocktail parties where everybody treats you like you're a god, even though you're literally just a state representative in a Midwestern legislature.
Right.
It's not as big as you think, but it affects a lot of people's lives.
Yeah.
And so these are the three factions as I see it on the right.
I think so.
And the establishment is not conservative right now. If the establishment were conservative, I'd say, pound sand, grassroots, let's go establishment, but that's not the case.
Right.
It's the grassroots that are one of those versions of you know, whether it's conservative or whether it's the MAGA. You know, and now you've got, you know, a lot of the MAGA people I saw saying, hey, don't tell us we're supposed to go along to get along. Don't tell us that we're supposed to show grace. Don't tell us we're going to be unified. You trashed us, establishment, or you trashed us, conservatives. You know, because a lot of conservatives are saying, hey, this isn't really conservative. You know, now they're saying, well, now we're not going to work with you. We're going to war with everybody, which is kind of on par for the brand. Now the conservatives are saying, hey, the point should be to pull the state and policy and culture into a conservative. We need to win the hearts and minds. The establishment is saying we just got to win elections no matter what.
Right.
And so you've got this massive, bizarre Venn diagram where there's crossover in some areas, but then you've really got three distinct areas. Does that mean the Republicans are going to win in Missouri in 2024? Yes.
Well, yes.
But it doesn't mean there's going to be anything functional to come out of it.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is you know, politics is a game of Venn diagrams, honestly, you know, as much as that feels like a Kamala Harrisism. But you know, you're never going to have 100% agreement with, you know, even people on your quote unquote side,
and you shouldn't,
and you probably
I don't
shouldn't.
want that.
Yeah, I mean, it would be weird to meet a clone of me. You know what I mean? That would be very weird. I would feel off put and wonder where my blood has been, you know, taken and used in some scientific experiments. But what we need to be able to do, though, is politically to be able to look at the Venn diagram and say, okay, these are my allies.
Right.
and we're going to go to war together. We don't agree on everything, but we're going to go to war together. The Democrat Venn diagrams, they always do that.
Right.
You know, we sometimes will look over there and like, what does the Rashida Tlaibs of the world have in common with the Bernie Sanders of the world? That feels weird. I can't even think of some of the other diametrically opposed.
You can go to any
people.
of them, but what'll happen is like media's trying to make conservative media's trying to make a big deal out of what these young voters, they're mad at Biden over supporting Israel because he's not completely thrown Israel under the bus.
Right.
Let's put it that way.
He keeps giving them lip service, and they don't like that.
And well, let me tell you something. They're going to circle the wagons and get in line by Election Day.
Oh, gosh, yes.
So you can look at all the polls you want and all the reporting that says, oh, boy, he's going to lose this whole group of these protesters. No, he's not.
Not really, no. Not the ones who were going to vote.
No.
Anyway.
Right. They'll solidify around their common enemy, which is the Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
It'll happen, which is conservatism, which is Israel.
But too often on the right, we want to take our ball and go home.
I think we got a lot more to say about this.
I think there's more to be done.
Got some thoughts on it, 314-912-1019. Also, just ahead here, you're going to love this one because I haven't played this clip for you yet.
Mm-hmm.
A politician does one of those things where if she were a Republican, she'd be canceled.
Oh, one of those fun
There would be
ones.
demands for her resignation.
Okay.
But she's a far leftist, so she gets away with it.
All right.
You'll hear it for yourself at 7:35. How about a little Larry Connors right now?
This is News Talk STL at 1019, 94.1, 99.1 HD3 and newstalkstl.com.
This one goes out to the one I love.
From the Michaels Flooring Outlet Weather Center.
The threat of morning severe weather is done now at this point. In the wake of those storms, we'll go partly cloudy this afternoon. Getting pretty warm, too, up to about 84. An isolated storm possible after about 1 or 2 p.m., but really limited coverage. We're mostly clear and dry overnight tonight, down to about 62. Wednesday, right back into a chance of storms. Strong to severe storms possible in a couple of rounds from late morning into the evening. 83 for the high temperature. That's your forecast. I'm First Alert meteorologist Matt Chambers.
Oh, Adam, you are so romantic. And I love the kitchen you found with all these great crumbs.
Yeah, baby. Only the finest crumbs in the kitchen for my favorite aunt. Oh, no. It's the pest control company again with those green wheels. They always kill the mood.
This is Derek, the owner of All Solutions Pest Control. Give us a call today at 636-486-7888. We'd love to help you out. Learn more about our special $67 offer. You can visit us online at allsolutionspestcontrol.com.
If a pest-free home is your goal, call All Solutions Pest Control.
This is Larry Connors' commentary on News Talk STL.
Two well-known liberals are saying to Joe Biden, these campus rallies are not helping you. One of them being liberal documentary filmmaker Michael Moore, saying you're losing the youth vote. And he points specifically at these rallies that not anything they're doing is helping. And then you also have Joe Scarborough of MSNBC saying, I'm going to tell you something. If you don't like it, then you need to change the channel. But all of you out there in those protests, you're not helping get Biden reelected. And in Biden's statement, when he finally got around to talking about the rally, he said, your rallies are not changing my mind of what I think about Israel. Although I'm not sure what he does think about Israel when you come down to it. But there is a CNN survey that showed 81% of voters, 81% under the age of 35, disapprove of how Biden has been handling the Israeli-Hamas war. And apparently also regarding what's happening on the campuses. 81%. And then you have Michael Moore saying, you're going to lose it. He said, and I cannot stand to have Trump back in the White House.
Get more Larry Connors on Larry Connors USA.
Tonight at 6 on News Talk STL.
The Herzog Foundation is the vision of its founder, Stanley Herzog, and it exists to promote quality Christ-centered K-12 education nationwide.
Hi, this is Chris Stegall with the Herzog Foundation. We offer a wide variety of resources relevant to today's families, including a free online publication called The Lion. The lion is one of God's most majestic creatures, symbolizing strength and courage. Named for its attributes, the Lion publication carries articles covering a wide range of topics facing American families and culture, especially related to the education of children. The Lion can be found online at readlion.com. That's READ lion.com.
Sign up for The Lion at readlion.com and find dozens of must-read articles published every day. Visit readlion.com and subscribe for the weekly and daily digests so you never miss an article. Readlion.com. That's readlion.com.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-515-2397. 800-515-2397. That's 800-515-2397.
Talk radio made in St. Louis for St. Louis.
This is News Talk STL.
Our responsibility.
News, analysis, and opinion.
To provide updated guidance.
At 1019, 94.1.
And newstalkstl.com.
Hi, it's Vic Porcelli.
And Ken.
Hi, Ken.
Hey, Vic.
Ken and I are on every Monday through Friday, 9 to 11, right here on News Talk STL. Right now, you're listening to Mike Ferguson in the morning on 1019 and 94.1 News Talk STL. Whoosh, my morning people.
I didn't know this was going to happen, man. There's quite the discussion on Rumble over what's a diner and what's not, and what are the best diners around the area.
It blew up.
All right, 750. What's the best diner in St. Louis?
I have no idea.
All right, well, we're going to find out.
I have no idea. Yeah, you guys need to tell me.
All right, 737. And what's the difference between a diner and a restaurant?
Right, that definition I think is
that's
also
actually been a lot of fun.
A topic of discussion there.
Okay, good thing she's a leftist. Otherwise, she'd get canceled. Good thing for her. She's a leftist, by the way. News Talk STL's social media, if you haven't liked already or followed, depending on the platform, please do so. And if you're watching us on any of the live streams, it's really helpful if you hit that like on that particular stream, like on Rumble right now. If you hit the thumbs up button, or on Facebook, if you hit the like, a share would be great as well. It's how we amplify your voice and how it gets in front of more and more people. Remember, we are literally one business, locally owned St. Louis business, competing against the corporate behemoths, and we're all in this together. So anything like that helps out.
And I know share's great, but Sonny wasn't too bad either.
Okay. Governor Kathy Hochul in New York. She's doing this, I don't know, she's up on a stage and she's doing one of these discussions on policy and economic development. And they were talking about education and job opportunities for young people. And I guess they were talking about the disparities between, kids from poor areas and kids from rich areas and all of that sort of thing. And then at some point she says this.
Young black kids growing up in the Bronx who don't even know what the word computer is. They don't know. They don't know these things. And I want the world open up to all of them, because when you have their diverse voices innovating solutions through technology, then you're really addressing society's broader challenges.
Gabe,
he's ready to explode.
Do you happen to have any thoughts about this, Gabe?
Well, Master, I don't know about no computo.
Oh God!
No, seriously, what is she talking about? How do you, okay?
But like Mike said, she's a Democrat, so she gets away with it.
How do you even have that thought?
Yeah,
that there is a kid. I mean, we're not talking about a 90-year-old person who doesn't do the computer, which still happens. But we're talking about a kid in a major metropolitan area. She's saying downtown. She's like, you live downtown. How have you never heard of a computer or heard the word computer? Okay. I occasionally have come across young people, young black kids from various urban environments, some terrible situations and things like that. They have iPhones.
Yeah,
it's like, you know what I mean. They have AirPods. We're not talking about. And I think maybe the assumption is because she doesn't know any black people. The assumption is that everything for black folks has been frozen in like 1967. And that is just life for black people all across America, and it has been since then. And the technology hasn't changed. We still have phones that are connected to the walls, with cords, and we still walk to the bus stop, and
yeah,
you know what I mean. It's just I don't know.
This is your hometown. This is your geographical hometown area, Gabe.
It is.
And she's looking right at the kids there and going, those black kids.
I was a poor black kid in the ghetto in a New York sort of suburban
not
town.
New York City,
not New York City necessarily, but basically New York adjacent. I was a 30-minute train ride north, but. We had a computer. You know what I mean? It's like
even back then
in 1990 something.
I'm just jazzing.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's 20, 30 years ago now, so we can say even back then. So I don't get this, except to say that they're racist. They actually legitimately look down on black people and have a very diminished view of who they are and what they're capable of. And it's a very it's the same sort of white supremacy that the South had, where it's like, hey, we're better than you, so we're going to dominate you. It's just they just changed the second half. Yes. We're better than you, so let us help you.
And really, how many times over the last? Well, I've been with you guys for a year or so. And how many times have we discussed the fact that the Democratic Party focuses on racism? They can deny it all they want, but that's what they're using to divide our country. And this is a perfect example of it here, where she gets away with this.
It's a political wedge, obviously, that turns elections, but because they are themselves racist, occasionally the mask slips.
Now, she is getting called out, to be fair.
Okay.
But the reality is that nobody is thinking there's going to be any talk about resignation or impeachment or anything like that.
No.
That's never going to happen.
A Republican would be canceled, instantly.
Yeah, even let's pick out any Republican governor.
Well, let's say, what if Lee Zeldin got the gig?
Oh, sure,
and
yeah.
Lee
Zeldin said that, yeah. There would be calls for impeachment. He certainly could write off any re-election if that were to have happened. Kathy Hochul, who is now elected, she was obviously succeeded Cuomo after he, got run out of town. So I think she can run for one more term. She doesn't have to worry about getting reelected. She'll probably, I guess anything is possible. I don't know when she's up for reelection. I think it's in 3 more years, but she'll probably be fine. But this would be the Todd Aiken legitimate rape soundbite for the rest of the term if this were somebody else. We all know the double standards there, so I'm not saying something you don't already know, but we do know that if the tables were turned, that the national media, this would be the first headline media on everything. If anybody with an R behind their same had said, can you imagine if Mitt Romney had said
gosh.
Can you imagine if
he said binders full of women, and all of a sudden he was trying to put women in binders. You remember that mental gymnastics?
As our buddy Tony Colombo likes to say, do the flip test.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Boy.
So Kathy Hochul has apologized, saying she misstated. Obviously, this was at some forum in California.
Sure.
That she was speaking.
Well, when you're speaking off the cuff, out of the fullness of the heart, the mouth speaks. And this is the stuff they actually think about. This is the way they actually believe. When they're off script and they don't have a script writer there to feed them, properly vetted sentences.
They give you a pause.
Yeah, they give you the you're like. What was the line that Joe Biden said? It's like, we're going to take back democracy. Pause.
Yes.
So anyway, so without that, and they have to actually speak off the cuff, off of what their brain actually is producing, it's usually producing some racisms.
Yes, and here is once again, just as we head on out, here's the highlight that we just talked about.
Young black kids growing up in the Bronx who don't even know what the word a computer is. They don't know. They don't know these things. And I want the world open up to all of them, because when you have their diverse voices innovating solutions through technology, then you're really addressing society's broader challenges.
But first, you have to tell them what a computer is.
Yeah.
In 2024.
Mm-hmm. A kid.
Good Lord.
It's the same kids calling me names on the PS3, by the way, when I'm playing Call of Duty. These are the kids he's talking about. They know what a computer is.
Are they kicking your butt?
Yeah.
Okay.
About half the time.
Follow us on Rumble at News Talk STL. Mike Ferguson in the morning.
It's been like road. Oh, I'm growing tired of holding on yesterday. Oh, is that how it goes? Well, I might be rusted, brother, I'm here to stay.
Always be clear where you get your conservative talk.
The St. Louis Business Journal is now reporting that liberal billionaire George Soros is the largest shareholder of Odyssey,
the parent company of KMOX and 97.1 Talk.
Soros' maneuver raises critical questions about the future of media ownership and influence.
Money and attention is power. And when he has the money and he controls what's on the radio stations, he's going to be able to control the minds, potentially hundreds of millions of Americans.
St. Louis's trusted source and number one
for conservative talk.
This is News Talk STL.
I want to mention one thing real quick. We just talked about this being, a local radio station that's look for your local voice. And I'm going to tell you about Window World here in just a moment. Before I do that, though, can I just tell you how important it is that when you're doing your daily life and you need to get something, listen to who supports this voice. Listen to who supports your voice. Window World has chosen to support your voice and make sure that you have it here. So when it comes time to update your windows, when it comes time to say, I've got to make the house more energy efficient, call 314-993-1800. Let them come give you a custom bid. Make them, let them show you what they can do. Maybe you'll go with them. Maybe you'll go with somebody else. But remember, if you value the conservative voice, if you value the pro-life voice, if you value the pro-Second Amendment voice, everybody who puts this on the air for free, does that free to you, is because there are people willing to stand up and support those. So please keep that in mind. And, having said that, Window World, man, our friends, I'm going to go visit them tomorrow. I'm actually going over to their, visit their offices tomorrow and say hi to my friends right here in St. Louis, right there in Earth City. 314-993-1800. Window World, of course, simply the best for less. We really appreciate being a part of a News Talk STL. And they are one of two windows in the world with the Good Housekeeping seal of approval. Why do they have that? Well, because they're double strength glass windows. They have a lifetime warranty. So like the storms that moved through this morning, I haven't seen any reports of hail, but I certainly have seen reports of debris being thrown around. And even if something like that happens, guess what? Lifetime warranty means lifetime warranty. It means they'll come fix it. By the way, the windows are less expensive than what you're typically going to find anyway, so they're simply the best for less. Lifetime warranty, Good Housekeeping seal of approval, double strength glass windows. You can literally stand on top of these. Matter of fact, call them at 314-993-1800. They'll probably bring out a window and set it down and let you do just that. Let you actually stand on it. I did. I couldn't believe that they did it. I weigh 200 pounds and I'm standing on top of it. And that window has a lifetime warranty and it's in somebody's home right now. But give them a call, 314-993-1800, and it's going to keep your home more efficient when it comes to heating and cooling throughout the year. Late last year, the latest Energy Star standards were released, and Window World didn't have to change a thing because their windows are already far beyond even the updated Energy Star ratings necessities, whatever you call those things. They're beyond it. So they're going to save you money on your utilities as well in the winter and in the summer. Give them a call today, 314-993-1800. Get your free in-home estimate. No pressure, no obligation. They don't work like that. They treat you the way you want to be treated, the way that you would want anybody else to treat you. And, of course, Window World is the preferred window of the St. Louis Blues.
Freedom isn't just a word, it should be a way of life for all Missourians. Wouldn't it be wonderful to live in a state where you're free from excessive taxes, regulations, and corporate handouts, and free to send your children to the school of your choice? That's why we at the Show Me Institute put together our 2024 Missouri Blueprint, a roadmap on how the state can progress to a bright future. The blueprint covers policy ideas from a Bill of Rights for parents to government transparency, school report cards, healthcare reform, and more. Our vision is for Missouri to be a place where entrepreneurs can pursue their dreams, parents are free to direct the education of their children, and a growing economy provides opportunities for all. Critical to achieving this vision is a government that understands the value of freedom in the lives and future of our people. Check out our 2024 Missouri Blueprint, moving Missouri forward at showmeinstitute.org. The Show Me Minute has been brought to you by Show Me Institute and Show Me Opportunity.
This hour of Mike Ferguson in the Morning brought to you by Window World. Simply the best for less. 314-993-1800 or visit windowworld.com. Love the music you hear on the morning show? Check out Mike's morning music playlist at newstalkstl.com.
Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed.
All right. By the way, Jay Monty on Rumble says, I bet every kid past the age of 6 knows what a computer is, regardless of color.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And they can log in.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, man.
I mean, my wife was a teacher for 35 years. She will tell you that for the last 10 years of her career in the classroom, anytime she had computer issues, because her kids were in that maybe, I'm going to guess, 7th to 8th grade level, she loved having them be able to fix whatever the problem was because she didn't know what to do.
Even the black kids knew what a computer was?
Even the black
kids? Even the black kids? Okay.
Even the black kids.
Right. Even the learning disabled kids, they knew what to do.
Joe Biden said the same garbage too, didn't he?
Well, he said if you didn't vote for him, you ain't black.
Well, there's that, but he was talking about being able to use a laptop to
that's right.
You being able to register over a computer to get a voter ID or something like that.
And of course, I saw Babylon Bee reposted one of their greatest hits the other day. It's like, white liberals amazed watching a black man get an ID.
Yes, it's like whoa.
Yeah, that's what was hysterical.
Yep.
All right, it is 7:53 right now. Okay. By the way, Bill Eigel, State Senator Bill Eigel, going to be with us at 8:05. And Bill is, there are people that can't stand Bill. There's a lot of people who love Bill. But one thing is that Bill has locked on to the importance of the initial petition reform. He's locked on to these things that have to get done. So we're going to get the update from the Capitol from him. We'll see whether or not they're actually going to do anything today because it was adjourned yesterday because of all the Republican versus Republican fighting. So that update's coming your way. If there's a question you want us to ask him, send it to us on social media. Let us know. We'll try to work those in. A little bit earlier today, I mentioned that Rachel and I, I was up in Chicago over the weekend and just drove back yesterday. And we had just breakfast. We just walked from our Airbnb and just went into George's Diner there in Oak Park in Chicago. And then somebody asked me, I think it was Ed, he was like, well, what's the difference between a diner and a restaurant?
Yeah.
And that has started the whole thing on the Rumble. Okay, you don't even have to have a Rumble account to go to rumble.com and then just find News Talk STL. If you set one up, which is completely free, you can get involved in the chat box as well. So now there's been this 20-minute long discussion over what's the difference between a diner and a restaurant.
Defining
and then somebody else said, what about a cafe?
Oh, no, what a cafe.
And then we asked, okay, well, what are then the good diners around here? And I asked a question. I said, is Chris's Pancakes a diner or a restaurant? And you're thinking,
restaurant.
You say restaurant.
Yeah.
Because they don't have the counter thing. They have a separate kitchen that's in the back. You don't watch them on that. And then
tables and booths.
They have tables and booths. Like the diner we were at had tables and booths, but they also had the stools up at the counter as well. And
I think that should be a prerequisite to being considered a diner.
Yeah, I think you're right.
You need a counter with stools.
Yes.
Let's see here. What else do we have? What were some of the others?
But that leads to the question about the cafe question, right? It's like, well, what's the difference between a cafe and a diner? Because if I walk into, let's say, a Starbucks, they have booths and tables.
Right.
They have a counter.
Right.
Right. And they serve food from the window.
But they don't have a sit down counter, do they?
They don't. Oh, they don't have. They don't. Yeah, that's right. There it is. They can't sit down at the counter.
Is coffee shop a separate category?
It may be.
I thought coffee shop and cafe were pretty much synonymous.
Oh, yeah.
like your St. Louis Bread Coast.
Yeah. Ed mentioned Miss Sherry's cafeteria in South County. So I guess that's still there.
Oh no! See, Ed's introducing a new category.
See, cafeteria.
Is
That's more of the restaurant side, though. I think.
Yeah.
Cafeteria.
Or is cafe short for cafeteria?
I don't think so.
What's that?
Is cafe short for cafeteria?
No,
I don't think so.
No, I wouldn't think so. Or it's a foreign word reference to coffee, essentially.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, all right.
Right.
You want a couple suggestions on diners?
Yes.
I'd mentioned that Olivet Diner previously, associated with Head East and Flat as a Pancake, which, by the way, used to be called Eat Right. I'm sorry.
Oh.
No. Used to be called Right Way Diner.
Right Way. Okay.
Right Way. Eat Right was the one downtown by Busch Stadium on Shoto by Purina. It was that little one on the corner there.
Yeah.
I think maybe Broadway and Shoto.
Yeah.
It closed because of the pandemic. That has reopened as Fleur, F-L-E-U-R-S-T-L, Fleur STL. And it's more of a brunch place.
As in a fleur-de-lis.
Yes.
That's
Yeah, and it's closed a couple days a week, but I think it's open 9 to 2 or something like that.
Yeah. Ed says diners, the food prep is in sight or a window, the smells, porcelain plates and coffee cups. That's so
porcelain.
true.
Yeah.
A lot of clanking. That's true.
A couple other suggestions. I'll give Allen's Diner in St. Charles. That's a small, intimate kind of diner with a counter and some seating. Courtesy Diner.
Yeah.
That one that's on Laclede Station.
There's one on Laclede Station. There's one on Kings Highway.
I think that one's closed.
Oh, did they close it?
I think so.
That's because
sadly,
that's one I used to go to was the one on Kings Highway.
Now, if you want an exciting time, a people watching time, just any Waffle House.
Oh
yes.
Oh,
right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's like if you're looking for a public fight,
yes,
with some grits on the side, you can hit up the local Waffle House.
Yes. Oh man,
there's got to be like 3 of them in your area.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Oh, my goodness. All right, State Senator Bill Eigel going to be with us here at 8:05. Listen, friends, this is important. What's happening these last couple weeks in the legislative session is absolutely crucial to the future of what Missouri is going to be and how it affects the rest of the region, including Illinois. That's just ahead.
The latest news.
What is your message to Iran in this moment?
Iran celebrating their attack towards Israel.
The world's leading terror sponsor launching its first direct military assault against Israel.
This administration has lost their capability to deter Iran.
I think the regime is trying to enact a death by 1,000 cuts.
We saw Arab states participating in the interception.
101.9 and 94.1.
St. Louis is #1 for conservative talk.
News Talk STL.
What's the key to maximizing the value of your outdoor space? Satisfaction. In getting a fence or deck that exceeds expectations with the highest quality, American-made material. And working with a team that cares about your project as much as you do. And adding safety and security for your family and pets to play, relax, and entertain. At STL Fenceworks, satisfaction is our core value. Doing it right the first time, standing above the competition. At STLFenceworks.com, your satisfaction is our passion.
1949, the last time a Republican held the top post in St. Louis City. A gallon of milk was 84 cents, and streetcars ran down Grand Avenue. The city was booming. Unfortunately, St. Louis city streets are no longer the epicenter of family and business life. In the 80 years of Democrat control, our city has been on a steady decline. St. Louis City Republicans believe it is our duty to provide a different path forward. Learn more at stlouisrepublicans.com.
Paid for by St. Louis City Republican Pat Curtis, Farber Treasurer.
The Vic Porcelli Show.
Tom Salute! I just love the making fun of Biden thing.
It's kind of like, no, look, the orange man bad, and I'll tell you what we're going to do about it. I want to address the LGBT, hold on, I got a rhyme to help this out. LGBTQA+. We used to call them gays, but then they made a fuss. Okay, yeah. Got it.
Vic Porcelli.
Live and local, weekday mornings at 9.
On News Talk STL.
KLGY HD3 Clayton, K270BW Bellefonte, KNVS Bowling Green.
This is News Talk STL at 101.9, 94.1, and always streaming at
newstalkstl.com.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason.
saying it failed to satisfy its core demands. Israel rejecting a Gaza ceasefire proposal accepted by Hamas. At the same time, the Israeli military is on the move in southern Gaza.
The Israeli army has put out footage that shows these Israeli tanks rolling into this key crossing, the Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt. It says it's taken operational control there, and it's dealing, it says, with Hamas terrorist infrastructure, to use its language, in that area. It says it's killed 20 Hamas terrorists overnight, and that it has also found 3 tunnel shafts. And it's linking operations around this part of Rafah to the rocket fire that it says came from this area, fired by Hamas on Sunday.
The BBC's Yolande Nell. Ukrainian counterintelligence investigators say they've foiled a Russian plot to assassinate President Volodymyr Zelensky and other top military and political figures in Ukraine. Significant storm damage and at least 1 death reported from last night's severe weather north of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Tornadoes devastating Bartlesville and Barnsdall. A technical glitch forcing Boeing to scrub its first astronaut launch 2 hours before last night's planned liftoff from Cape Canaveral.
We saw the self-regulating valve on the lock side had a bit of a buzz, and so it was moving in a strange behavior. The flight rules had been laid out for this flight ahead of time with the crew at the launch pad. The proper action was to scrub, and the United Launch Alliance team did a great job of assessing the data, talking through various options, and put us into a scrub condition.
NASA's Steve Stitch says they may try again for a launch on Friday. Watching Wall Street, the Dow futures are up 29 points. NASDAQ futures 13 points lower. More on these stories at townhall.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-355-4107 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-355-4107. That's 800-355-4107. What do you have to lose? Call 800-355-4107. Again.
From the Michaels Flooring Outlet Weather Center.
The threat of morning severe weather is done now at this point. In the wake of those storms, we'll go partly cloudy this afternoon. Getting pretty warm, too, up to about 84. An isolated storm possible after about 1 or 2 p.m., but really limited coverage. We're mostly clear and dry overnight tonight, down to about 62. Wednesday, right back into a chance of storms. Strong to severe storms possible in a couple of rounds from late morning into the evening. 83 for the high temperature. That's your forecast. I'm First Alert meteorologist Matt Chambers.
This hour of News Talk STL brought to you by Chris Cooper and Serenity Wealth Management. Discover little-known strategies that could be the difference between choosing the care you deserve or having someone else decide it for you. Get a free copy of Chris's book at serenityltc.com.
Hey, it's Tony Colombo for the cleaning pros at Zero Res. Zero Res knows there's nothing more important than the health of your family, and the health of your home has a direct impact on that, and that's why they have this great offer for the month of May. Book a cleaning now and mention the Colombo Special, and you'll get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at just $129, plus you can take $50 off your air duct cleaning. Keep your home clean and healthy with the pros at Zero Res. Just mention the Colombo Special when you call 314-474-2020 or when you book online at ZeroResSTL.com.
In the fast-paced world of digital marketing, making connections is a challenge for any business. But what if we told you there is a place where connections aren't just made, they're grown? Meet 2060 Digital, your premier Google partner and top-tier digital agency. We don't just follow trends, we set them. At 2060 Digital, we're not just another agency, we're your strategic partner. We dive deep into your challenges and develop solutions that drive measurable outcomes. Ready to elevate your digital presence with campaigns that connect? Google 2060 Digital today.
Mike Ferguson.
We the people.
Gabe Pfeiffer.
It's not rocket science. Rocket science.
Get up, can't you hear the alarm? Get up.
Mike Ferguson in the morning on News Talk STL.
There's a lot more at stake than just individual bills in the legislature. I mean, let's be honest, this can get really, really dry. You talk about SB this and HB this and SJR this and whatever else. That can get really dry and wonky. And what happens is a lot of media people just simply do that stuff so that they can, brag about being in the know.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about what it really means. We're really talking about the heart and soul of what Missouri is going to be, with all of our disagreements between the 2 blue areas or 3 blue areas and the rest of the state that's pretty red. But we're talking about the future of the state. We predicted at the early onset of this legislative session that it was going to be a debacle, it was going to be dysfunctional, that it was going to be a battle against the establishment, against the leadership, and that's exactly what's happened. And now it's deteriorated into different conservative factions fighting against each other. And so there's a lot of people who like to, like to do the thing where we're picking a side and we treat it like a football game and we're going to do the play-by-play because it's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'd like people to remember is that it's much, much, much bigger than that. And that one bill that I just referenced, the Initiative Petition Reform Bill, is the key to safeguarding not just our state's constitution, but our state on the Missouri side. Illinois friends, you know what happens when you lose battles like this. We're now joined by State Senator Bill Eigel. Bill, of course, running for governor as well. As you know, we'll get into that just a little bit. Bill, we all knew that this debacle was going to happen. We knew it. You knew it. I knew it. I think you and I talked about it over 6 or 7 months ago, one of our conversations. We knew this was going to happen. You all filibustered last week, meaning the Freedom Caucus, to make sure that you get initiative petition reform out from the Senate to the voters. So far, it looks to me like the leadership and whoever it was you talked to has not upheld their end of the deal. Is the initiative petition reform bill going to be put up for a vote in the state Senate to go to the voters before the last day, or is this going to be pushed up to the last minute, given even the Democrats a chance to shut it down?
Well, good morning, Mike. Thanks for having me. And, that's the question we've been asking ourselves for weeks now. Here's the reality. Where it sits right now, initiative petition reform is one vote away from being sent to the people of this state, one vote away. And, in fact, the motion that needs to be made on the Senate floor could be made at any point during the deliberations of the Senate. So the moment we check in for the day at 8 o'clock this morning until we go home, the motion to bring up that vote could be done at any moment. The sponsor of the initiative petition reform bill, Senator Mary Elizabeth Coleman, I think is taking rightfully a lot of heat right now because she refuses to make that motion, and the Senate has been in session, of course, for the past week and a half. So the Missouri Freedom Caucus, myself, with some assistance from Senator Mike Moon, have been slowing the chamber, eating up time, trying to force the body to bring that motion forward so we can get that off our plate. And we, as the Freedom Caucus, have said we're willing to move ahead with some of the other priorities of the chamber, whether it's, even addressing this bloated budget that Governor Parson wants to pass, whether it's addressing this health care tax renewal that Lincoln Huff seems to be obsessed with. We're willing to move forward with that, but we'd like to see initiative petition reform get done. We've also called on Governor Parson to sign the Planned Parenthood defunding bill. I mean, I can't believe that the reason that the Senate chamber is not moving right now is because we have a Republican governor that refuses to sign a bill to defund Planned Parenthood, and the Republican supermajority refuses to bring up the number one priority of the Missouri Republican Party for the past 2 years. That's initiative petition reform. So we're going to keep fighting. I don't know how long we can keep fighting until the other members of the Republican caucus work, combine with the Democrats and move the previous question on us. That day may come today. But our commitment is that we're going to be doing everything we can to see that IP reform makes it to the people. Because, as you said, if it doesn't, if it fails, if it gets caught up in these games that our leadership has been playing for 2 years, then it's quite likely that abortion is going to get enshrined back in our Constitution and undo 20 years of pro-life supermajorities in the state of Missouri.
Morning, Bill. Gabe Pfeiffer here. So, not to get too wonky in process or anything like that. So, what is currently being done in the Senate right now, if not the IP reform and these other priorities that we think should be at the forefront?
So, as in our desire to get initiative petition reform for the past week and a half, we've pretty much stalled everything. That's how serious the Freedom Caucus is about getting initiative petition reform done. In fact, the last bill that we passed was actually last Monday. It was the gold and silver bill that I sponsored and got sent over to the House. That was the last bill that we actually passed in the chamber. So we've been stalling the chamber out for ever since that time, trying to force motion on the initiative petition reform bill. We did a record-setting filibuster last week. We filibustered for 41 straight hours. And that's never happened before in the state of Missouri. Just 5 or 6 senators. 6 senators out of 34 were able to set a record for the longest continuous filibuster. That's how serious we are about getting initiative petition reform done. And the real tragedy here is there's plenty of Republicans to do this. All Republicans have to decide to do is the top Republican priority that we've talked about for the past 2 years. So it's frustrating, but these are the times that try the souls of men. We got to keep going. We're going to keep fighting.
Bill, talk about why this particular issue is so important. I know that there's got to be a frustration in all the Republicans say we need to get this done, but gosh darn it, we just run out of time every year. We just can't do it, and that's where we at, which we predicted was going to happen here. But we know about the abortion referendum. We also know that there's some initial building of a possible anti-Second Amendment referendum for down the future. Talk about why the initiative petition one is such a gatekeeper for the state, even to the point where, media, Tony Bessinger of the world saying, you won't let the people decide, a majority should rule. This is so much more important than that. I mean, explain why this matters so much as opposed to just some bill that some people are obsessed with.
Yes, absolutely. Well, look, the Democrats have been using the initiative petition process as currently formatted for years to get some of their biggest priorities done and put into the Missouri Constitution. Medicaid expansion, minimum wage increases. Remember the whole Clean Missouri debacle. They've been using the low standard of the current initiative petition process, which just requires a simple majority to change the founding document of the state, to effectively advance liberal policies for years. So to your point, we are now seeing the abortionists use that same process to try to enshrine abortion. We're seeing future threats on the horizon to the Second Amendment. The Dems know that they can't win working through the legislature because overwhelmingly the people of the state keep sending super majorities of Republicans that are saying the right things in campaign season, right? So they've shifted by just going directly after the Constitution, using this fairly easy process to change it. So they're going to continue doing that. That's where IP reform comes in. And IP reform that we want to see happen just requires a broader consensus of the different parts of the state, not just the urban areas, but the urban areas and the rural areas combined in order to pass something that's going to change our Constitution. So specifically, it would require 5 of the 8 congressional districts to adopt, to approve an initiative petition if it was going to be adopted into the Constitution. And I think that's a good step forward. I mean, look at the federal Constitution and how difficult it is to change the federal Constitution. By that standard, it's virtually a walk in the park to change the Missouri Constitution. So we want to protect that Constitution. We want to turn back the liberals from being able to kind of circumvent the will of the different parts of our state, where again it's rural or urban or suburban, and it's been the top priority of the Republican Party to do that. And if we fail over the next week and a half because our leadership just for whatever reason doesn't think it's important, or it gets caught up in the last days of session like what seems to happen every year, then we're going to continue to be vulnerable to these initiative petitions that are going to change our state in a way that the people do not want.
Bill, sort of war game what happens next, I guess, given the two possibilities of what we're looking at here. Either it passes, and then what happens, and then of course the flip side, if it doesn't pass, and then what happens, given the fact that we know that the anti-abortionists have the signatures they need to get onto the ballot.
No, you mean the abortionists.
I mean the abortionists, I'm sorry, the pro-abortion people.
So if it passes, if the initiative petition reform bill passes, it's likely that gets put on the August ballot. So if it goes onto the August ballot, and by the way, the initiative petition reform also includes some protections against non-citizens from voting in our elections. It includes protections from foreign entities from voting in those elections. So I think if it gets onto the ballot in August, the people are going to see that and say, this is great, this is a great addition to the Constitution, and they pass it handily. That means that the abortion petition is probably not going to be on the ballot until November. after this new change has gone into effect, which means that if we're going to enshrine abortion into the Constitution of the state, the liberals will have to convince not just 50 plus 1% of the people to do it. They're going to have to convince 5 out of the 8 congressional districts in this state to do it. And I got to tell you, the 5th congressional district, not the 5th, but the 5th congressional district that they would have to get is, I think, about a 67% Republican district. So they're going to have to, in order to enshrine abortion, they're going to have to convince a heck of a lot of Republicans to vote against the pro-life platform. I just don't think that's going to happen. So we feel very comfortable that this is the right way to go, but it's going to require the Senate to take one more step before we adjourn here in the next 9 days.
Okay, Bill, when you ended the filibuster, you being, the Freedom Caucus, ended that filibuster last week, what were you promised and what has been delivered and what has not been delivered by the folks you worked with to come to that agreement?
Sure. So we were promised that if we sat down and allowed that bill to take at least a small step forward, that yesterday we would have worked on the budget, and I think we may end up working on the budget today. And then to what would be today, we had a commitment that we were going to do both the FRA renewal bill, that's the health care tax bill that kind of started the discussion in the first place about protecting our dollars from going to Planned Parenthood, and we would also do the initiative petition reform bill today. Unfortunately, we came in yesterday, and it didn't take but 3 minutes for leadership to deviate from those promises, and they immediately tried to bring up the FRA to get it done, to try to circumvent their commitment that we were only going to do that at the same time we were going to do the initiative petition reform bill. So we had a brief discussion about our frustration about that on the floor. I did, and we adjourned for the day. So we've come in this morning. We have I think the next 3 items that are on the Senate agenda are the budget, the renewal of this health care tax, and then the initiative petition reform bill. So I might be up for doing all 3 today, but I want to make sure that the initiative petition reform bill doesn't get left behind in the rush to get these other 2 items done, which are really enormous handouts to the special interests of the state, both the state budget, which is bigger than it's ever been before, and the health care tax renewal, which is a handout for one of Missouri's most powerful special interests. I couldn't care less about those items. Those items are going to be a complete disaster. I want to make sure we're protecting the Constitution of the state. And right now, the leadership doesn't appear to be inclined to make good on their promises, which is, Mike, that's a problem that I've seen in this place going back long before this year. That's been a problem for my entire 8-year stint in the Missouri Senate.
Yeah, that was going to be as the last minute we've got or so here. We're visiting with State Senator Bill Eigel. I mean, at this point, what's your gut tell you? Are they going to find a way to renege on that promise and not put this on the ballot? And the fact that it would be Republicans stopping this right now should make a lot of people who donate to the Missouri Republican Party think twice if they can't get this done. I understand there's a difference between the party structure and the legislative branch, but at some point there has to be enough of a consensus to say we've got to the Republican Party has to be bound by some kind of principles that you agree with that makes you the actual party itself. And right now, it doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, well, I've always said, what unites Republicans are the principles that we fight for, right? Without principles, there is no party. There's no point to having a party. So look at what happened at the state convention this weekend. Not only we were not given sufficient time to actually adopt a new party platform for 2024. So what that means is right now, the Missouri Republican Party does not have a 2024 platform adopted of ideas. And while we were trying to get this party platform adopted, we had put everything from initiative petition reform to ending personal property tax to protecting our farmland to getting rid of the voting machine. All of that had gone into the draft platform, and then we were adjourned by a few folks that didn't want to see those become permanent parts of the Republican ideas. So we have nothing. And that is a process by which the establishment, the party, is silencing the Republicans of the state. Well, the same thing's happening in the Missouri Senate. When they took away my chairmanship because I was filibustering too much, when they took away my parking spaces because they didn't like me fighting for IP reform, they were trying to silence me. And that's why Republicans everywhere, Mike, they're just furious. They're furious about what's going on. They want to take their state back. They are sick and tired of the status quo that never gets anything done. And if IP reform doesn't get done in the next 9 days, it won't be because the Freedom Caucus didn't do everything it possibly could do to leverage the chamber to make it happen. It happened because if it doesn't get done, it'll be because, once again, the swamp won. The swamp won, and that's just going to make people even angrier and even more ready for change come August 6th.
All right, State Senator Bill Eigel. We didn't get into too much of the campaign stuff, but go ahead and put your campaign website out there. You're telling us where you're coming from, so people are getting a good feel of that. How do they get in touch if they want to?
Yeah, you bet. Go to my website, BillEigel.com. I'm on Facebook and Twitter, of course, and if you're interested, check out my platform. The good news is, Mike, we're going to have the whole summer to talk about the campaign. I look forward to that. But if you're interested in my platform, go to BillEigel.com. Let's go, Missouri.
All right, we'll talk to you again soon, Bill. Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
All right, 314-912-1019. Going to dump some news on you here in just a moment right here on 1019-94.1 News Talk STL. This isn't fun and games anymore. This is really, really frustrating because it's not about political victories. It's about the future of the state right now.
Absolutely.
And there are just way too many Republicans who just don't give a damn.
Yeah.
Don't try to make me stop. No inspiration. You have a soul so dark it is no more.
We give you news, analysis, opinion, and more. Only on News Talk STL. Get up, St. Louis. It's Mike Ferguson in the morning.
Indifference. Stop it right now before you blow us all away.
Hey, it's Columbo for Capriati's Sandwich Shop. Capriati's is famous for setting themselves apart due to their dedication to superior quality and ingredients like slow-roasted, hand-pulled whole turkey and American Wagyu straight from Snake River Farms. That dedication to superior quality is evident from the very first bite into a Capriati sandwich. Visit Capriati's Sandwich Shop 7 days a week at the corner of Manchester and McKnight in Rock Hill and get more info, including how to impress at your next event with their great catering at capriatis.com.
Does your life insurance plan include living benefits, hearing, diabetic supplies, teledoc service, discounts on urns, caskets, tombstones? Larry Connors here. I suggest you call Benjamin Schaefer at Senior Memorial. Call 314-866-8886 or visit memorialplans.com. Memorialplans.com. Senior Memorial Heritage Protection.
Classic Kicks Country is streaming now. Hear all your new country favorites from the 90s.
I should have been a cowboy.
Streaming as it happened in the 90s. Classic Kicks.
Let's go, girls.
Download the Classic Kicks app from the App Store. Online at ClassicKicks.com.
I'll go back.
Or enable the Classic Kicks skill on Alexa.
I love this station.
90s New Country streaming now.
You can't buy a best friend. You can love them, walk them, pet them, and care for them, whether they want you to or not. You can take a picture or 50. You can fly to the moon, travel the world, or just stay in bed. You can't buy a best friend like that, but you can adopt one. There are millions of pets waiting for a best friend just like you. Help us save them all at bestfriends.org.
Hey, thank you very much for taking my call.
News, analysis, opinion.
Yes, I just want you to know what a breath of fresh air you people are.
1019 and 94.1 News Talk STL.
Hey, this is Rob Carter. Join me weeknights at 8 p.m. as I challenge our politicians, expose the political press, and analyze pop culture. It's the Rob Carter Show weeknights from 8 to 10 p.m. here on News Talk STL. Now let's get back to Mike Ferguson in the morning.
Have you seen her? So bad and pretty, moving with a style and ease.
Wake up, America. It all worked out.
They got all the news.
The Morning News Dump.
All right, the storms have already moved through the metro area, and it looks like our severe weather warnings and watches have expired. But still be careful. You might have a little bit of a flooding to worry about, at least for the next little bit. Also, breaking news, I am probably not playing baseball tonight in Sauget. I'm just guessing. Just guessing.
Yeah, probably not.
Probably not.
You don't have the scuba gear necessary.
No, I don't. All right, Kimberly Gardner was terrible at serving the public, but apparently she's good at hide and seek. I'll explain that here in just a minute. 8:24 right now. Gabe and Stellar here. I'm Mike. All right, let's talk about what's happening in the Middle East. Israel has launched the military operations into Rafah. They've already taken control of one of the border towns or one of the borders as they've gone in just moments after that that. They've got overwhelming force. Hamas cannot compete with them directly. So
Good.
Israel is soon to completely take control of Rafah if they haven't already. That's, of course, a day after Hamas says, no, we'll accept the ceasefire agreement.
Whatever.
But it was brokered by a couple of Islamic countries, and Israel says, yeah, we're not agreeing to that deal. So the worldwide media says Israel's launching a military offensive and rejecting a peace agreement.
And let's be honest here, one of the countries brokering was Qatar.
Yes.
And that's pretty much the home of the Muslim Brotherhood.
Right.
As far as the
And
factions.
Egypt was the other.
Yes.
Yeah. So those two countries say, we've got a deal. Israel just agreed to, all of us, Hamas, Qatar, and Egypt. We've got a peace plan. Agree to this. Israel says, I don't think so.
Yeah.
And the entire world goes, how could you possibly turn down a peace deal? Senator Tim Scott was on Hannity last night talking about this.
Thank God for the coalition government in Israel that's going forward in Rafah to finish Hamas so that they can clean the slate, and get back to functioning in the Middle East.
And the Biden administration is still trying to pressure Israel into a ceasefire. And I want to point out something, because the media is not going to say this. The general media is not going to say this.
Yeah.
Is that Israel literally gave over a month's notice to every civilian in the Rafah area. We are going in to go after Hamas.
Yeah, we're coming.
So
we're not coming for you. So please step aside.
Get out of the way. So if they're still there, it's because they either still support Hamas or they're being held there by Hamas as a human shield, but it's not because Israel raided and caught them off guard.
Yeah.
Let's keep that in mind here. All right. Remember that investigation into Kimberly Gardner's malfeasance in office? Birth, you've got the Attorney General, and then, of course, you've got the state auditor now looking into everything that she mishandled, and just did wrong either through incompetence or through corruption. Well, that audit from the state auditor's office is still going on, and they need to interview Kimberly Gardner to get her side of this, and they cannot find her. They literally cannot find her.
You may have resigned, but your resignation does not end your responsibility to answer to the people of St. Louis about your time in office. I know you will see this. Do the right thing.
That's State Auditor Scott Fitzpatrick. They've literally tried to serve her with subpoenas, so they've gone to where they believe she would be through either work, school, or home. They can't find her.
So I'm guessing she didn't fill out a forwarding address at the post office?
She did not. No.
Yeah. They tried to give her a trophy for being the hide and seek champion of 2024, but they still can't find her.
Right. So come get your trophy.
Yeah.
Precisely. Okay. Election 2024 stuff here. I know that there's a lot of people who are saying there's no way the Biden wins re-election. It's impossible. Look how unpopular he is. Look at the polls. Look at his approval rating, his disapproval rating. There's just no way. Don't think that it's over just yet. President Biden lately, as you know, last week, pushing to reclassify marijuana, which, by the way, is the right thing to do. And it is something that both Republicans and Democrats have been pushing for a long time. But look at the number of things that he and his administration are doing specifically to reach out to younger voters and motivate them.
Hoping to appeal to younger voters, the president has embraced a series of policies ranging from free community college to abortion access to student loan forgiveness. His latest move is a proposal to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug. The Biden campaign is fighting to hold together the coalition that sent him to the White House in 2020, but he's facing stiff opposition from many younger Americans when it comes to his handling of Israel's war against Hamas. Greg Clugston, the White House.
And the younger voters, the 30 and under voters, broke hard for Democrats in 2022 in particular. And if they are agitated and really motivated this time, don't underestimate how that could affect those swing states.
Yeah, and I think the commentary there just a second ago about their consternation with his approach to the Israel conflict. I mean, and this is them saying basically he hasn't abandoned them completely enough. Don't think that is going to motivate them to not vote for him.
Right. And so that's, Yeah, exactly. Because in the end, the left really tends to circle the wagons.
They really do.
So don't think that this election is in the bag for anybody at this point. All right, you probably woke up to a bunch of notices about severe weather warnings and watches. Those have expired in the St. Louis metro area. The storms have moved through. Just be on the lookout in different areas of possible flooding as well as a residual from the storms. And sports, this is where I always do a sports thing here. Cardinals played the Mets at Busch Stadium yesterday. It turned out ugly. Cardinals lost again. Same two teams play today. That game starts at 6:45. If there's anybody left who cares, because the Cardinals front office apparently does not.
Ugh.
Like us on Facebook at News Talk STL. Mike Ferguson in the morning. From the Michaels Flooring Outlet Weather Center.
The threat of morning severe weather is done now at this point. In the wake of those storms, we'll go partly cloudy this afternoon. Getting pretty warm, too, up to about 84. An isolated storm possible after about 1 or 2 p.m., but really limited coverage. We're mostly clear and dry overnight tonight, down to about 62. Wednesday, right back into a chance of storms. Strong to severe storms possible in a couple of rounds from late morning into the evening. 83 for the high temperature. That's your forecast. I'm First Alert meteorologist Matt Shane.
Fox News commentary.
Dave & Buster's is bringing gambling to its arcade games. I'm Tommy Lahren. More next.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Sports betting is really hot right now, and Dave & Buster's is getting in on that action. The arcade/sports bar/restaurant chain partnered with a game software brand and will soon allow guests to place bets through its app on games like Skee-Ball, Pop-A-Shot, and more. Arcade users in all 223 locations will soon be able to compete against one another and earn rewards and exclusive perks in the process. Now, some critics of this feature say it will only entice young people to develop unhealthy gambling habits or exacerbate the temptation for those who already have a gambling problem, and that might be true, but there is no doubt Dave & Buster's is seeing the dollar signs and the undeniable pull of the multi-billion-dollar sports betting industry. Folks, this trend isn't going away, and it's business savvy for Dave & Buster's to get in on that action. Interactivity is the wave of the future, and it'll certainly make arcade night more fun. I'm Tommy Lahren.
Rhino Shield is far superior to even the best traditional exterior house paint. Rhino Shield is 8 to 10 times thicker than paint and comes with a 25-year transferable warranty. Rhino Shield is the only ceramic coating company that has been chosen by Disney, This Old House, and 3 times on HGTV's Curb Appeal, where every episode is concentrated on unpainted brick, bonds and seals to stucco, wood, hardy, block, color lock, masonite, and more. No better product for those steel aluminum-sided homes that have become, chalky and tired looking. We coat sloped and flat roofs to extend their lives too. After 15 years, we've got a great reputation and a superior product. As long as it's affordable, why wouldn't you do it? Before you make the costly mistake of painting with traditional paint, you'd be best served to call Rhino Shield today. We are the experts and our evaluations are free. 877-25-RHINO or 877-25rhino.com. Tell them, ladies.
No paint, don't Rhino, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Tony Colombo here for Cadre Asset Management. A cadre is defined as a small group of people specially trained for a particular purpose or profession, and that is the role that Cadre Asset Management can play in your financial journey. Learn more about how they can help secure your financial future by following Cadre Asset Management on Facebook, or just go to cadreassetmgmt.com.
Cadre Asset Management is a Missouri-based independent advisory firm licensed under and securities and investment advisory services offered through Founders Financial Securities, LLC, a registered investment advisor, member FINRA SIPC.
If you have a phone, you have a radio.
Wherever I'm at, home, car, wherever.
Download the News Talk STL app.
If you have a phone, you have a radio.
Just the convenience on the phone.
Streaming live on the mobile app.
Love the News Talk STL app.
And listen anytime,
everywhere.
Anywhere.
Mike Ferguson in the morning. This is the show that starts my morning every day. Mike, Gabe, Stell, plus don't forget my program, Larry Connors USA, 6 to 8 p.m.
That was a pretty slow-moving storm that moved through the area.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the sirens went off here about 4:35 this morning. I looked at the clock when they went off, which is, what's really bad is the sirens went off, and I went, well, here we go, Stell. And Stell's like, yep. And he kind of gave me that, I'm busy, Mike. I'm doing stuff.
Well, it just started raining as I pulled in.
Yeah. And
which was around, I got here at around 3 because I wanted to beat the storms.
Yeah.
So I got here early.
Early.
And it was just starting to drizzle. And you're right. It did seem like it moved slow, but there was damage. One of the areas around here, I know Sullivan which is southwest of St. Louis.
Yeah.
And also further down around Joplin, there was damage.
Yeah.
And Oklahoma got hit pretty good.
One person is confirmed dead in Oklahoma.
Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh.
So they got hit with actual tornadoes, it looks like. Here in the metro area, it looks like it were just bad storms. They may determine it was a small tornado, but it was really just a really heavy storm, and it moved very slowly through, which is why we're talking, I'm 2 of my ball teams are supposed to play tonight in Sauget, and even though it's like a 6:30 game, I don't see any way. I don't think we're playing tonight. I'll be really, really surprised. And I'm not talking about the stadium. It's at the old Sauget ballpark, which, is just a grass and dirt field. I don't think there's any way that we're going to get out there.
Probably doesn't have much of a drainage system.
No, unfortunately, it does not. It's an old field. So I'll be really surprised. But hey, if they're able to dry it off, you ever seen any crazy efforts to dry off a field when you were a kid or when you were playing? I remember the 70s, 80s, seeing some crazy ways that we tried to get the fields done.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I was on a few teams that played in Afton at that one that's across those fields that are across from Grant's Farm. I don't know if you know where I'm thinking
I know
of.
where. I've never played on them, but I know where you're talking about.
And those were susceptible to flooding, and they would try their hardest to get some of the water out of there. And boy, it was a losing proposition every time.
There was one like a summer league, to say it was an organized league is very loosely. There was it's like every team, every little town in Illinois had their little league. And at one point it was raining, but everybody really wanted to do the game. And at one point, somebody got a pickup truck out there, and a bunch of us players piled into the back of the pickup, and they were just driving across the field trying to flatten out flatten out the field. We were all on that, like all the parents. And this was, the 80s, early 80s,
gosh.
and they're just looking at us all on the field. There was another time, and this actually happened. Somebody went and sprayed a bunch of gasoline on the field.
Oh, wow. They're trying to light it on fire?
Lit it and tried to burn up. Turns out they were told to. I don't remember who did it, but it was they're like, yeah, don't ever do that.
Don't do that.
Smokey Bear stopped by and said, no, don't do that.
Don't
Only
ever do
you
that.
can prevent forest fire.
Only you can make sure the Little League players play tonight. Okay, let me talk a little bit about, we've got and we warned this was going to happen. Your protests, your demonstrations, now your riots,
and encampments.
Right, encampments. And yesterday was the day of rage internationally for the pro-Hamas protesters.
Yesterday.
And I've actually had a couple people tell me that they don't like the fact that I say pro-Hamas. They say you can be pro-Palestine without being pro-Hamas, Mike. This is about the Palestinian. No, it's not.
No.
And I've got new evidence to back up what I'm saying, which is why I say it's pro-Hamas. So let's kind of review. I am going to maintain that the anti-Semitic bigots have a right to do their demonstrations, have their rallies, do their protests, and say whatever stupid thing they want to say. Okay? Your right to free speech has nothing to do with whether or not I think you're right or wrong. And I will defend your right to say things that I think are wrong. Now, we've been warning earlier, once they started trying to do encampments and take over property that was not theirs, take over buildings, decided to start breaking other people's rights, violating other people's rights. That's not free speech. And we warned. Gabe, you said it.
Oh, yeah.
Stell, I think you said it too.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't maintain control of this, it's going to spin out of control really fast, which is exactly what the agitators on the left want. And we saw that at Columbia University. And then they said, well, let's negotiate with them. And you don't negotiate with terrorists, and you don't negotiate with their sympathizers.
Right.
As far left as Washington University is, they didn't take that route. They did the smart thing and said, we're not negotiating with you, and we're bringing in the law enforcement, and we're not going to allow you to do this to our property.
Absolutely a very helpful move on their part.
And the mayor and the president of the board of aldermen in St. Louis City are still whining and complaining about that.
It's just wild considering how well it worked out.
Right. And they remember, these are also people who wholeheartedly supported the Black Lives Matter riots and protesters and rioters and everything as well. Who seem to think that blocking highways and roads and trapping people in them is somehow akin to the civil rights movement.
Right. It's still peaceful. They classify it.
Yeah, which it's not.
No.
But let's now expand this to what we're seeing over the last few days. In New York City, related to the Columbia riots and everything, there's a World War II memorial statue that's now covered in Palestinian flags and defaced with, spray paint and all that sort of thing. So we knew that was going to happen as well. Literally in Auschwitz.
Yep.
Literally. There was a Holocaust Day of Remembrance. And by the way, there were several days of remembrance, Holocaust Remembrance Day. And that happened to be the pro-Hamas Day of Rage.
Yeah, just
completely coincidental.
There's no pre-planning there, Mike. I'm sure that they had no idea. It's just an unfortunate incident.
Yeah. There was a pro-Hamas protest and disruption outside Auschwitz, literally at the site of one of the camps, literally at the site of one of the extermination centers. There were people protesting the remembrance ceremony at the Auschwitz concentration camp. I've been saying from the beginning, this is, when you boil it down, is all about anti-Semitism and a hatred of Jewish people and a hatred of her allies.
Yeah.
Which, in theory, the United States still is, at least at this point. That shows you that this is really about simply hating Jewish people. You should have noticed that when you looked at different universities around the country where they were setting up their zones and not allowing Jewish students and faculty in, when at some universities, Jewish professors were told, don't come to work. They would say, you're not safe. We can't protect you. But they were saying, you stay separated.
Yeah. Every time they made a declaration to suggest to the Jewish students on these campuses that maybe you ought to take a sick day, maybe you ought to work from home today, maybe you ought to do remote learning or what have you. Every time they did that, that should have been an indicator of to the nature of the quote unquote protests that were going on these campuses.
And it emboldened the rioters. It emboldened the chaos.
Oh yeah.
Columbia University now has canceled their commencement ceremony for everybody.
Yep. This is why we can't have nice things.
Yeah. Other campuses may have to do that. We know that many of them are going to be disrupted. These students who have fallen into this, these students who have bought into this, not only are they stupid, I don't care what degree you have and in what field, you're an idiot. Congratulations on your GPA, but you're still an idiot. You're also incredibly narcissistic.
Yes.
To think that you're so important that you have a right to disrupt other people's key point in their life. Let me tell you something. College students, you're not important. You know why? You haven't earned it yet. You haven't done anything yet.
That's why. And you don't really know anything.
Right. You know what was in the textbooks. You know what was in your capstone.
You know what your leftist professor taught you, and that's kind of the ironic aspect of this whole deal too. Is that it's the leftist professors who have been fostering this kind of stuff for a long time. This is their Frankenstein's monster that they created, thinking that they're going to change the world through these kids.
Right.
That they're setting them up to be the next generation of revolutionaries. They're going to bring about this wonderful leftist utopia that they were fighting for back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, or what have you. And now they're disrupting their lives. Now they're disrupting their campus, and they're like, oh, wait a second. I didn't mean when I said go and attack the systems. I didn't mean my system.
I
didn't mean me.
Now, and some of those though are probably hardcore that are probably all about it.
Oh, well, sure.
They want that.
The ones who were down there with them, the ones who were linking arms to protect them from cops kind of to come through and take their encampments down. Those are the super lefties in the faculty who are jumping on that bandwagon.
So where should they go from here? Well, first of all, the lessons should have been learned from the BLM protests and riots. The whole thing where the former Baltimore city prosecutor said, give them room to destroy, just let them. And well, that's exactly the tactic. That's the Antifa, the Black Lives Matter, now the pro-Hamas protesters, and many of these are the same people. And what they're hell-bent on doing is just creating as much chaos and damage as possible in the hopes that law enforcement, in the hopes that city governments, in the hopes that state governments will not respond the way that they should and that they're empowered to, because it's a bad look to have cops throwing college students on the ground.
Supposedly.
Yeah.
Except the thing is, all of the press right now, all of the images that we're seeing are of the chaos where the kids were allowed to, their berth was made very, very wide.
Right.
And they were allowed to set up their encampments, and they were allowed to dig in, and they were allowed to trap janitors into the building.
Which happened in New York.
It happened in New York. They're allowed to set up their quote unquote autonomous zones. And now as this kind of drags on, now the cops have to come out a little more forcefully than they would have otherwise. And all you're seeing is these confrontations where they were allowed to have free reign, where they were told where the line was, and where that line was enforced very, very quickly. In Florida, you're not seeing any of this. They got zero bad press at this point.
I saw a video from the Day of Rage in New York. There are police who are putting up the barricades to do the control.
Oh, yeah.
All of these, and they look like mostly young people, running right up to the cops, hitting them, kicking the barricades down. They're running away. Of course, they're all cowards. They've got those big kerchief things on, whatever they're called, and the masks on, and they're not worried about COVID. They don't want their picture taken because they don't want consequences for this. But I'm telling you right now is that in order to get this under control and to stop these people from violating other people's rights, force and violence are going to have to be used.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I like that or that's what I wanted it to come to, but they're not leaving the good side any choice. And somebody's really going to get hurt on this. I don't want that to happen. Even the people I don't like or don't agree with, but it's being pushed to that point. And don't think for a minute that that's not part of the plan or the strategy of the fringe far left, is to make sure that there is violence and destabilization. And so the quicker that we can restore some kind of order, because order is there, the purpose of having law and order is to protect all of our rights.
And if you notice, the stronger and faster you come out to protect that law and order, the easier it is.
Yep.
You know, the longer you wait, the longer you give them the wide berth, the longer you talk to them. Oh, let's just hear them out. Let's just do the worse you have to be on the backside of it.
Yeah, every college, university, or city who says, let's just meet with them and hear their demand. No, you don't.
You're making it worse.
You don't let them think they have any leverage. And certainly don't let them think that the violence or the commandeering, the occupation is going to give them. You can't allow that to happen.
Yeah.
And if that means that a few bumps and bruises and cuts happen, so be it. The bigger picture is you have to stop this.
Yeah.
But let them say their free speech.
Yes.
Provided they're not violating anybody else's rights.
Absolutely protect their free speech.
Yeah, that's it. All right, 314-912-1019 is 1019-94.1 News Talk STL.
For podcast articles and more, find us on newstalkstl.com. Get up, St. Louis. It's Mike Ferguson in the morning.
Hey, News Talk STL listeners. This is Madronica from your Thrive headquarters. There is one time a year when we'd have the chance to wave the life banner high over St. Louis and give the tiniest preborn citizens the loudest voice in the city. Give STL Day is May 9th, and 1,000 of the top nonprofits are participating. And because of you, Thrive has won for the unborn the last 7 years in a row. Last year, you all stepped up and made it clear that the fight for life is the greatest humanitarian effort of our time, and there is no better cause to support. Heroic Early Giving started April 24th, and your gift of up to $100,000 has been double matched by other life champions. $1 equals $2, so double your impact. Together, let's save lives and keep life the #1 banner over St. Louis as the only 8-peat champions for Give STL Day on May 9th. Activate that double match for your gift of any size on our website, thrivealivestl.org. That's thrivealivestl.org.
Caring for a loved one is stressful. It's an emotional time, and we want our loved ones to get the quality of care they deserve. But the cost of long-term care is expensive. In the St. Louis area, it could be $60,000, $70,000, or even over $100,000. Can your savings handle this added expense? Fortunately, News Talk STL listeners have an expert right here. Financial strategist Chris Cooper of Serenity Wealth Management shows families tax-efficient strategies to fund care needs. Whether planning in advance, have health concerns, or living in a care community today, solutions exist to fund the quality of care you deserve.
Hi, I'm Chris Cooper, and I'd love to send you a free copy of my new book. You'll learn about strategies to empower you and your family, protect your savings, and make sure your loved ones get the quality of care they deserve.
Visit SerenityLTC.com. That's SerenityLTC.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Alphi LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Insurance and education services offered through Serenity Wealth Management.
The Vic Porcelli Show.
We need to get the term natural gas back in the lexicon of Americans. We'll do that with Peggy Ward and Scott Weitzel from Spire, Tuesday at 9:41.
Weekday mornings at 9
on News Talk STL. Love the music you hear on the morning show? Check out Mike's morning music playlist at newstalkstl.com.
Oh, don't you dare look back. Just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said, shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny.
All right, a school in Ohio went on lockdown late last week.
Oh, what happened?
There was a Bigfoot sighting.
A Bigfoot sighting?
A Bigfoot sighting.
No.
There was a Bigfoot sighting.
Stop it.
And police are now considering whether or not to charge Bigfoot with a crime.
You're pulling my leg here.
Okay, so I'm going to make sense of this here.
Okay.
All right,
Please
8:52 right now. By the way, News Talk STL, I mentioned the social media. Please connect with us, follow, like us, and do us a solid and share.
Yeah.
Say, hey, great. There's a great conservative radio station here. These are the local guys. These are the ones not owned by George Soros.
Mm-hmm.
And just tell your friends and colleagues about this. Okay, so what happened is there was Bigfoot spotted walking around the campus.
Okay, so like really, there's no cell phone video of a Bigfoot on a campus with a whole bunch of teenagers with cameras in their pockets.
It was a parent dressed up in a Sasquatch costume.
Okay.
Who thought it'd be fun to play a prank on the school and walk around the campus in a Bigfoot costume, and the school, not knowing what was going on, went into lockdown mode because they thought there could be a wild animal.
Actual Sasquatch.
They actually thought there was something loose on their campus. They didn't know.
The skunk ape is on the loose.
Yep, and they went through the entire process to do the lockdown. And it was a real lockdown. So this was an elementary school.
Oh, no, the littles.
And it was one of the parents. The parent apprehended by a school resource officer.
So he took on Bigfoot.
Literally, a police officer arrested Bigfoot on the elementary school campus, and the police are considering filing charges against the parent.
No! What would the charges be for? Like terroristic threats or something?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it could be anything from trespassing to I don't know. That may be the thing. Is that there's not a law that says thou shalt not be Bigfoot on campus.
Yeah.
But
violating hairy critter laws.
Critters. But so some people are making a lot of fun of it, online, and they're like, "Hey, it was a prank. Let it go."
Yeah.
It was a misunderstanding. Other people are saying, listen, make an example out of this guy. You can't be, too safe. Anybody who's wearing a mask or a costume around the school, you got to take that seriously. Okay, I get that. So, but I'm kind of like, I don't want to be super touchy on it, but I don't know. What do you think? Should they consider actually charging the parent? Because there are people who say it was just a prank. It was just as though that's a get out of jail free card.
True. That
it
happens.
was just a prank. Don't be mad at me. It's just a prank. That kind of stuff.
Well, what about the kids who are in class that are wearing furry costumes?
No, that's right. Straight to jail.
Maybe this guy identifies as a Sasquatch.
Ooh.
Hadn't
thought of that.
If I'm the lawyer, I'm like, you identify as Sasquatch, right?
Well,
right,
right,
wink, wink, nod, nod.
Right. Yeah. I'm a Sasquatch.
So
felt this way since I was a little kid.
Okay, but do we agree or do we disagree? Maybe funny but terrible idea, or funny but funny.
Funny, but I guess the only reason I think it was a terrible idea is because of the reaction to it. Now, if the teachers see a guy walking by in a Sasquatch costume and they just kind of question mark, and then just go on with their lessons, I think this is just kind of a funny little episode.
Right.
But because they sent the school into lockdown, so that it may just be their overreaction that made it into a bad idea.
Well, but did the school overreact? I mean, I'm pretty hard on the schools that do something like this, but did they overreact if they see something weird like that?
Well, in 2024, I'm thinking maybe not. Maybe they didn't overreact.
It's Sasquatch.
I know.
you know what I mean? It's like, did they think it was a real gigantic animal?
I don't think they did. I think that they knew that there was a weird person, a weird man, dressed up weird,
right?
And
which is fine. But do you have to go into lockdown because he's not going to sneak in anywhere? He's in a Sasquatch costume.
But at the same time, to your point, though, Stell, I mean, it's 2024. There's weird stuff that's going on everywhere. Do you want to be the school district that has to answer for why didn't you go on lockdown? Couldn't you see there was a lunatic out there? I mean, he was dressed as Sasquatch.
Oh,
personnel could be thinking he might have a gun underneath his outfit.
Yes. I guess that ruins my plans to have a lightsaber duel outside the school. Because I'd dress up as a Jedi. I'd get a friend to be Darth Vader or something, and we'd have fun.
Just do it across the street.
There you go. Public property.
Right.
You can't trespass on
I
that.
almost guarantee you somebody's going to call the cops.
Exactly.
But the cops will probably get a kick out of it.
You can't wield weapons like lightsabers around kids. That's dangerous.
It's not a real weapon. I mean, unless you're a Sith.
I don't know.
And give me credit for knowing.
Yes, I appreciate that. Yes,
that's right.
That you actually said the right thing. If you said something like Vulcan, I would have thrown something.
You probably would have punched me.
Get the franchises mixed up, buddy.
Exactly. All right, live long and prosper. Nanu.
Oh no.
Wow, York and Mindy reference?
You're a wizard, Harry.
All right, Vic Porcelli coming your way here at 904 1019 941 News Talk STL.
Number one for live and local
conservative talk.
They always have great conversation.
News, analysis, and opinion.
It's a big case for the prosecution.
Trump faces 34 felony counts of falsifying business records.
On a legal expense, I got indicted for that.
Is how to chant death to America.
They exist, they feel empowered, they feel emboldened because of the way Joe Biden has handled this situation.
1019 and 94.1.
St. Louis is number one for conservative talk.
News Talk STL.
Tim Jones here with Dr. Kim Patton from Comprehensive Integrative Healthcare. Kim, you focus on the treating of neuropathy. What are the signs of neuropathy?
The most common symptoms are numbness, burning, cramping, usually in the hands and feet.
Tell me about the success you're having with your Restore Neuropathy treatment program.
Tim, our program includes 8 distinct steps, offering a unique experience from other treatments. No surgery, no addictive medications, and we are seeing a success rate of 95%.
Kim, that is incredible. How can people learn more?
Visit us online at cih.health. That's cih.health.
News Talk STL is proud to have Doug Voss as part of our lineup every week. Doug has been a staple on St. Louis radio for many years as one of the leading financial experts in the area. You can hear Doug and Safe Money Radio 3 times every weekend on News Talk STL. And in case you miss anything, you can check it all out at DougVossSafeMoneyRadio.com. What else do our listeners need to know, Doug?
Simply put, I focus on helping pre-retirees and retirees build, preserve, and protect retirement assets, and I've been helping my clients solve their insurance and financial needs for the past 33 years. I also strive to educate my clients on how to prepare for retirement, minimize the impact of market volatility on their assets, and deal with the challenges of increased longevity. Call me today at 844-676-SAFE. That's 844-676-7233.